some true lovers really just a phase. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Taki. Hiện tại mình đang thi đấu vị trí support cho TSW. Thì giải đấu LCP sắp tới sẽ được tổ chức tại Đà Nẵng. Đó chính là quê hương mà mình được sinh ra và lớn lên. Mình muốn giới thiệu cho tất cả các bạn những địa điểm để vui chơi, đó chính là biển nè, chùa Linh Ứng nè, và có thể đến Hội An. Còn những món ngon thì mọi người có thể trải nghiệm bánh tráng kẹp, bánh tráng đập, mì Quảng, bún bò và còn rất nhiều món ngon khác nữa mà mình không thể kể hết được. Mong rằng mọi người sẽ có một trải nghiệm thật tuyệt tại Đà Nẵng, Việt Nam. Cảm ơn mọi người.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Bôn. Mình là vị trí top lane của TSW. Riêng mình thì mình rất thích cơm tấm và bún thịt nướng ở Việt Nam. Nếu các bạn có dịp thử thì các bạn hãy thử những món này. Mình nghĩ khá là phù hợp với gia vị của người châu Á.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là DJ. Sắp tới LCP sẽ tổ chức ở Đà Nẵng. Mình sẽ giới thiệu cho các bạn món ăn là phở.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là đi. Sắp tới giải đấu LCP được tổ chức ở Đà Nẵng tại Việt Nam. Mình sẽ giới thiệu cho các bạn một món siêu là ngon mang tên là bún bò Huế.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là người chơi rừng của TSW. Thì sắp tới có một sự kiện lớn ở Đà Nẵng, đó là sự kiện offline của LCP. Thì mình muốn giới thiệu cho các bạn món ăn mình yêu thích nhất ở Đà Nẵng là mì Quảng. Thì mong các bạn sẽ thưởng thức mì Quảng thật là ngon.
Đến Đà Nẵng các bạn nhớ ăn mì Quảng nha.
Đến Đà Nẵng các bạn hãy thử món bún chả cá.
Đến Đà Nẵng các bạn nhớ ăn món bánh xèo gì.
Đến Đà Nẵng các bạn hãy thử món bánh xèo.
Đến Đà Nẵng các bạn không nên bỏ qua món hải sản ở Đà Nẵng.
Đến Đà Nẵng thì các bạn hãy nhớ thử món cao lầu.
Đến Đà Nẵng các bạn hãy ăn bánh xèo.
Các bạn đừng bỏ lỡ những trận đấu của tụi mình ở LCP Final lần này nhé.
Bye bye.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Rex. Hiện tại thì sắp tới là LCP Final được tổ chức diễn ra ngay tại Đà Nẵng, trên chính quê hương của mình, nơi mà không chỉ có những món ăn ngon như là mì Quảng, bánh tráng của Tiền Lục, như là có rất nhiều những cái view đẹp. Đáng nói nhất đó là chính là những cái view biển ngay tại Đà Nẵng. Mình đang rất là vô cùng háo hức, thì hẹn gặp các bạn ở tại Đà Nẵng vào tháng 9 tới.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Kia và như mọi người cũng biết là sắp tới sẽ có một sự kiện diễn ra, đó là chung kết giải đấu LCP Final. Thì mình nghĩ đó là một nơi mà có thể mọi người tới, cũng như là tất cả mọi người tới để có thể chung dịp và gặp gỡ lẫn nhau và có được cái trải nghiệm như là xem được các trận đấu hấp dẫn, cũng như là có một cái nơi để mà tuyệt đẹp, gọi là mình nghĩ là đó là ở Đà Nẵng thì đó là một thành phố rồi mình nghĩ rất là đẹp, có biển xanh cũng như là cát trắng, cũng như là có rất nhiều đồ ăn ngon ở đó. Thì mong là mọi người sẽ tới đó hòa cùng nhiệt chung với nhau, và hy vọng là mọi người có thể tới xem và hòa chung cùng nhiệt hơn. Cảm ơn mọi người nhé.
Lady xin chào mọi người. Sự kiện LCP Final năm 2025 diễn ra tại Đà Nẵng chắc chắn sẽ là một sự kiện mà mọi người không muốn bỏ lỡ. Ngoài việc mà các bạn có thể hòa chung vào không khí cuồng nhiệt của các bạn khán giả tại nhà thi đấu, các bạn còn có thể đi ăn những món ngon tại Đà Nẵng, các bạn còn có thể đi dạo biển, có thể ngắm cầu rồng nữa. Và đây là một cái sự kiện rất là vui. Các bạn có thể là sẽ muốn rủ bạn bè của mình, người thân đi xem cùng nữa. Chúc các bạn có một khoảng thời gian vui vẻ tại thành phố Đà Nẵng.
Xin chào mọi người, tụi mình là Gamisto. Sự kiện MVKE Final diễn ra tại Đà Nẵng sẽ là một sự kiện rất là hấp dẫn và bùng nổ. Mọi người nhớ đến Đà Nẵng để có thể tham gia sự kiện MVKE Final 2025 nha. Let's go guys!
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside.
Oh!
Chris, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he? Oh!
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고. 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Bob in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Absolute
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flash away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa gọi là mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp. Thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải đấu LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
to be one of the past, the present, and the future.
김팬딩 챔피언이 두 번째를 보여줍니다. 기원입니다.
왕관의 무게. 지금 생각해보자면 사실 왕관 자체가 그렇게 무거운 물건은 아니라고 생각하거든요. 그렇게 무게를 느끼는 건 저는 본인의 마음에 달려있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 그다지 무겁다고 생각하지는 않은 것 같습니다.
좀 초반 템포가 굉장히 중요하다 생각했어가지고 맵을 넓게 쓰면서 파이크를 몇 번 해봤는데 제가 생각했던 대로 게임 흐름이 편해지는 것 같아서 이제 대회에서 기용하게 됐습니다.
다이브 당하기 전에 좀 그런 핵심을 잘 짚어내는 것 같고요. 작년 월드 때 나르가 굉장히 성능이 좋았었어가지고 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같습니다.
바위 같은 경우에 이제 강제력이 좋다고 해야 되나? 그래서 그런 부분에 있어서 상대방이 이제 뭐 스틸을 하려고 하든 아니면은 싸움을 하려고 하든 그럴 때 바위 궁극기 같은 걸로 걸 수가 있기 때문에 그런 점이 조금 강점이지 않을까.
캐리아 선수가 파이크로 칼날비를 들었어가지고 저도 그거에 맞춰서 좀 압박을 줘야 된다고 생각해서 칼날비를 선택한 것 같습니다.
우리 팀 위치나 상대팀 위치가 좀 복합적으로 생각하는 게 많아서 어느 정도는 좀 계산하는 것도 있지만 좀 감각적으로 하는 것도 많은 것 같습니다. 세세히 다 얘기해서 뭐 그렇게 상황이 나왔다기보다는 그냥 제가 순간적으로 걸었을 때 팀원들이 저를 믿고 잘 이제 호응해줬던 것 같습니다. 작년 월드 같은 경우에는 증명했다라는 기쁨보다는 저희가 이제 또 다시 해냈다라는 기쁨이 컸던 것 같고 작년에 되게 어려운 한 해였다고 생각했는데 이렇게 마지막에 또 우승할 수 있어서 기쁜 마음밖에 없었던 것 같습니다.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Duncan. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand.
and see how your story ends.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside. Oh! Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Pun in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Emperor's divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯1的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
The next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here, and most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. Then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì thực sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
Carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness. To you, I find it hard not to have this selfish point of view. You didn't even think of me, I was your biggest fan. Left me off your list, was that part of the plan? You could take it back, knowing that I would lose control and drive off the track. Would you take it back? See
Coming into the penultimate weekend of the domestic season here in the LCP, 2 teams already locked in for Da Nang and Worlds, and now 3 BCS representatives fighting to see who takes the last spot. My name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic tonight, it is a new face here in the LCP. Pike on air, of course, coming in. Bestian is unfortunately feeling a bit unwell this weekend. We wish him a speedy recovery, and hopefully he should be back with us soon. But Pike, you're coming in. We're taking the streamer out of co-streamer and adding a caster there. You're jumping on, making your LCP debut. How you feeling?
Look, there's always going to be the word co in any sort of title I have right now. Now it's co-streamer, it's also co-caster. We're living the dream, Panda. I'm so excited to be here. It has been a dream of mine to be in a major region caster for years now. So to get my opportunity, I couldn't turn it up, and I just have to show that love. So thank you all so much for having me on tonight, because this best of 5 is going to look fierce.
Oh, don't even get me started. It is looking very, very spicy indeed. On one side of the docket, it is the Vikings coming through. Have struggled a little bit this year in terms of identity. Looked very, very good in the season kickoff, but have slowly worked their way back into it. Pike, they are looking a little bit cleaner as of late. Obviously, they have that interchangeability in the bot lane between Shogun and Style, and then, of course, the God of War himself in the top lane, Kratos.
Look, and Kratos has looked so consistent as well. Getting onto those ambassadors, you've got to be a little bit worried about where they're going to be putting their energy as well. But at the same time, I love that they had such a strong start. It did fall off, like you mentioned, but I have hope that this team can really show for a really good series tonight and put Secret Wales to a little bit of a test.
And then, of course, worth mentioning, Shulong down in that support role plays a champion after your own heart. Pike, maybe we get to see it tonight. But on the other side of the cards, Team Secret Wales, I have been a fan of these guys all year in the way that they approach the game. They are very scary when they turn it on. And in the mid lane, of course, Dire, arguably the most consistent performing mid laner in the LCP. Pike, what do you make of these guys?
Look, honestly, I think Histo and the Juggler are just like have one of the strongest synergies that we've probably seen in LCP. I think there's so much to this mid lane jungle duo that we have to keep an eye on. Their synergy, the way they move, the objective control that they start to get, it is undeniably so strong. Honestly, could put CFO to a little bit of trouble, but we'll have to see if they can get through tonight. That is the big test, is to take out the Vikings and send them back into Norway.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting run. Obviously, starting in that lower group, the Vikings worked their way through, beat PSG Talon to get themselves up into that contenders bracket, having to make an absolute monster run against the best teams in the competition. Then, of course, you come into this bracket. PSG's Talon starts popping off out of nowhere to the point where CFO felt confident enough that Team Secret Wales were the ones that they wanted to verse up against, giving Garm over to PSG Talon. With the bracket, how it's played out so far, I mean, are you that surprised that we're seeing CFO PSG Talon up in that upper bracket final and just a VCS derby to see who takes that last spot?
Look, I'm not surprised by that at all, honestly, Panda. I think we've seen PSG Talent for years be such a force in like the PCS and really showing up what they can be as a team. And then the LCP started, and then CFO's like, nah, it's our title to take now. So I'm loving that there's this sort of rivalry that we've seen, not just in this split, but all over the years between these two teams and where they're actually going to go and push it forward. So tomorrow night, that's going to be the series to watch. If you guys are not ready or primed for that, I don't know what to make of it, because I think CFO kind of have it in the bag because they have looked good, but like you said, they've been a bit shaky in the last couple series. I want to see what they can do.
Well, speaking of last series, between these two teams, of course, tonight, Vikings and Team Secret Wales, it was a 2-1 win that went the way of Team Secret Wales. It looked like maybe Vikings were going to be on for a reverse sweep, but Pike, I got some good news. It's Riot Fist time. When we come back after the break, it's time to jump into our penultimate weekend. We'll see you back soon.
Carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness.
With the stakes never higher than they have been before for the VCS, we come into it, the start of the Vietnamese gauntlet. 3 teams entering, starting today, and only one will be able to take that last spot, going to Da Nang in front of a home crowd, and then, of course, a spot at Worlds. Pike coming into it last time round. Team Secret Rails were able to get it over the line against the Vikings, but these Vietnamese teams, they love to play a scrappy game.
Oh, you literally took the word out of my mouth. Scrappy is the word you have to say when you're looking at Vietnamese teams. These guys love to get their hands dirty. You'll find them in the rivers. You'll always find them scrapping around an objective. Look at these handsome devils. They are absolutely crushing it. There's the fist bump. They know exactly what they're doing.
Kratos coming into it has a world of experience. Pun fresh into the competition, has unfortunately fell to some of those stumbling blocks that were less punished in the likes of the VCS. Here in the LCP, you're not going to get away with those same opportunities. Guri, Histo, phenomenal junglers having really standout matches for their teams. And then, of course, the mid lane. This has to be one of my big matchups for tonight. Easily the biggest matchup. Cardi on one side for the Vikings, Dire on the side of Team Secret Wales. This is going to be a pivotal matchup.
I'm so excited for that, but you cannot ignore the bot lane that is coming out of this right now. Eddie versus Shogun. These guys are a force. Get them on a carry. They will just carry you all the way to the Nexus. You have to watch these guys. They will be farming up a storm. With the supports as well coming in. Taki, Sulog as well. Absolutely cheering, looking to support their team all over the map. I would like to see them pick something spicy. You mentioned there might be a Pike. If I see that, I will lose it.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of the deep pocket pick for Shilong. When he's played it, he's played it to some pretty great effect for the team, and it was almost single-handedly turned a couple of games. We saw it coming through that match against DFM. He pulls it out again, finds a massive 3-man ult to turn the series around, and well, Taki just cannot be understated how impactful he has been for this Team Secret Royals roster on the Rift and off, of course, just winning the hearts and minds internationally. The guy's been generating fans on social media. He's a dancing phenomenon. But when he gets to the Rift, when he gets those Enchantress supports coming out, he is a terrifying player to behold.
Look, and that's the thing, right, is if you are not scared of what these players can bring to the table, especially the strong champions that are in the meta right now, these hard engagers, anything that can lock you down, you're not going to move. If you don't have flash, you're going to get focused. Like we said before, they're scrappy, they're a little bit wild, they're unpredictable almost to some degree here, Panda. We'll have to see where they're going to start moving it around, because I looked at the heat maps for both these teams, and they love to fight everywhere. I'm not just talking in lane, they're fighting rivers, in each other's jungles. They do not stop. They will always invade, they will always engage, and they will not go until there is blood on the screen.
Absolutely, and I mean, coming into it, of course, Team Secret Wales, having that higher seeding, have opted into a red pick start here in the best of 5. Coming into this weekend, a 61 to 39% red-sided win rate. It has been the dominant side, no doubt about it. At one point, going into, I think it was the 5th night of the playoffs, we had a 100% or near 100% win rate for the red side, so they're looking for that counter pick. They want to give something strong, potentially to the likes of Dire, potentially the likes of even Taki. They get that 5th pick support counter, can be a make or break in that bot lane.
Yeah, it's also looking at those top lanes, right? Like, if you can get a really strong top lane matchup, it does open up, like, the early Void Grubs. You can secure a Rift Herald, which we know can open up that mid lane pretty easily. So it really comes down to where they're going to put their focus and who's going to really be the main carry of the game. We've already mentioned all these teams have players that can really push that tempo, really push those leads. It comes down to what this pick ban selection is going to be, because I'm excited to see what blue side can do, because yes, Vikings on blue, they have a pretty good win rate on that as well. I want to see them really pick some strong champions early and really start to run away with it, because this first pick of bans is going to be so critical for them.
Oh, and there we go, we're into it. Vikings ban the Nico, the Azir, and the Poppy away. Annie, Ambessa, and Yunara the response. Some incredibly strong picks in the mid at the moment. Orianna picked up. We know this is a power combo for the Vietnamese teams. Orianna Nocturne. If that is given over, that could be hugely detrimental. They deny it away from Dire, which arguably has been one of his stronger picks. Now it puts that onus onto them. Do they look to take away half of that combo in the Nocturne? In which case, Guri likely picks up something like Trundle, the Neferi even. That is a bold statement to make to start things off here from Vikings.
It's very rare to see a mid lane pick very early on in the draft, especially for blue side. You're almost showing your hand a little bit here, and they've locked in the Aurora, which is a nice pick in of itself, really great team fight, but at the same time, if you're giving over that Nocturne, you've got to be worried. So if Nocturne's not picked here for Histo, I don't know, I'm curious to see what they're going to pick. J4 comes to mind. You could go for a little bit more of a tanky engage, like a Sejuani as well. It's not super meta, maybe a Wukong, but we'll have to see what they want to lock down. What do you think?
Wukong,
Well,
there
it
you
is.
go. So it is Circle Theory coming into practice already for Team Secret Wales, but you look at it, the Aurora pick is going to have some counterplay to that Nocturne, and they have literally just thrown down the gauntlet to Vikings and said, look, if you want to pick the Nocturne, you absolutely go for it. We've cooked up something that we're pretty confident can survive and can get through that Paranoia Shockwave combo. And the Wukong, pretty solid when it comes to team fight time. It's going to be interesting. So Vikings likely looking for that Nocturne here. The Sivir instead even. So even now, Vikings potentially second-guessing themselves a little.
Look, and I like the Sivir here. It's been such a strong pick. It's basically once you're online with 3-4 items, and they've got the Alistar.
Wow.
They haven't even locked in the Nocturne. What?
They have completely second-guessed themselves, I think. Look, maybe it's a case if they've drafted something that doesn't necessarily rely on that Orianna. Maybe they're just looking not to play that Nocturne at all. We'll have to see. Team Secret Wales, I mean, you have the option for something like that Rumble in the top lane for Pun. He's shown that he's pretty capable. They take the Rakan instead. So something that pairs well nicely with that Wukong is going to offer a lot of follow-up lockdown or even initiation lockdown to allow the Between Worlds to come through, the Cyclone as well, follow-up. So already the Team Secret Wales team fight is looking very scary.
It's that circle theory that you mentioned before as well. As long as the quickness can come online and you get into this backline, even with Sivir's spell shield, you're going to be able to disrupt just a little bit more. But at the same time, they've already banned the Nocturne away. They've given over another champion that comes to mind that can work with Orianna quite well. I'm looking at like the J4. So if that isn't banned out, I'd be surprised if they didn't take it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the J4, we've seen the Neferi paired with the Orianna, we've seen Trundle quite frequently paired with that Orianna as well, and with the Sivir, he's going to find a lot of effectiveness throughout these team fights. Kai'Sa banned away, they don't want that Kai'Sa Rakan combo off the back of the Wukong, and a Vi as well, taken away from Guri. So denying a lot of those heavy engaged junglers, the bruisers that we've seen the Vikings and other VCS teams really thrive on. Corki taken away from Eddie. I mean, you look at bot laners that are still up and available. Varus stands out to me. It's not the worst Varus game for sure, especially a lethality Varus for Team Secret Wales is going to find a decent amount of value, I'd imagine.
Look, they've still got the Jhin as well. If they really need something, they've got that hard engage.
Oh, look,
you
mate,
could potentially lock a Jhin, but Zeri...
Okay, it's not going to be the Jhin. Vestian's already in hospital, mate. We don't want to mention the Jhin around him again. I don't know if he'd survive it to get us to Danang, so it's going to be the Zeri instead. Something we haven't really seen all that much of in the last two splits, really, in the LCP.
Yeah, like I haven't seen a Zeri in professional play in a really hot minute just because he got nerfed into Oblivion so long ago, and it's all about that team fight right now, and I feel like you've already got the Aurora with the AP, so you're not going to... At least Sin coming out is awesome. I love it.
Oh, okay. Again, a champion that doesn't see a heck of a lot of uptime in the LCP just because all of those engaged bruiser supports, your Vines, your Wukongs, your Jarvans even having risen to prominence, just looking that much stronger than Lee Sin. I think it was, I want to say it was Caster the last time was brought out in Split 2 even. And Renekton picked in for Kratos, so it is going to be a blind Renekton. What does Pun look to bring? I mean, you've got something along the lines of the Yorick if you just want to play those side lanes. Renekton has played reasonably well into it in the past. You have the Rumble, you've got the Gwen. There are still a number of very strong options up in that top lane. You could even go the Jace, something into, ranged into that Renekton matchup. They are holding it here. And it's going to be Kazanze. Okay, so unfortunately Kratos could be having a bit of a rough time up in that top lane.
Look, and I sort of was thinking you either need to go a hard tank or you need to get something like the Gwen that's really going to counter it. But the K'Sante, 5,000 year champion, I'm a big fan of this. I think it's just all about sustainability, holding fast and waiting till you get to the mid-late game where you can start grouping up with the team. Because you look at TSW, you look at Secret Wales, they are all about that team fight. They want to snap engage, get in, burst them down and get something going. Whereas the other side, it is very much that pick potential, right? You got the Lee Sin Orianna combo. Renekton's happy to be in a side lane in a 1v1 and sort of hold fast with the Black Cleaver. But Sivir, Alistar, they're just going to scale so much. So you really want to see them really probably not looking to fight all that much in the early game for Vikings here, Panda. So I really want to see Secret Wales being really proactive, hitting level 6 and then working the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting comp for Team Secret Wales, of course. I mean, you look at the Wukong and the Aurora, they're going to be looking to get up in the face of it and fight pretty aggressively. and then you bring in a Zeri, you don't give it, its natural partner, something like the Lulu, something like the Yuumi, you pair a Rakan with it, which again synergizes reasonably well with that Wukong, and then a Cassandra around it. So it does feel a bit like they lost a bit of identity throughout the remainder of that draft, but I mean, look, it's strong. Eddie has been an incredibly capable bot laner, so I have no doubt that they've cooked something up here. But in terms of the skin game, I mean, there's no real clear winner. I think missed opportunity for Xulong not running the the Mukau Alistar, but we go back to the age-old trend, which is that Cosmic Dawn Rakan. It's been deviated from a few times, but at one point it was 100% pick rate here in Split 3.
Look, sometimes it's all about just the flex, right? You got the Muay Thai Lee Sin looking very fierce up there as well. But the Pack Sivir, you can't ignore it. Not many people have that skin. It's pretty rare nowadays. So look, big respect to that. I like the pizza skin. If I could get a bit of pizza going, I'd be pretty happy. But sadly, no slice for me tonight. All I get is LCP. But we're in game now, ready to go, Panda, and I am amped as ever. We're going to have to see if either of these teams are going to come out hot and racing, or they're going to slow it down, really wait for those power spikes. But what would you like to see in the overall? Like, you've got a bit of a prediction as well here, Panda, of what you'd like to sort of see as the ultimate series conclusion. Who do you think is going to take it? What's your prediction for the night?
Look, I'm just leaning Team Secret Wales' way. They consistently have just been outperformed Vikings when it comes to that head-to-head matchup. They've looked incredibly clean, but I'm not 100% sold on the draft, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm a little bit concerned. I did reckon it's probably looking along the lines of a 3-1, and this might just be that one that Vikings are looking to get, but a team that has stock on the rise coming through this playoffs, and a team that has historically struggled in playoffs, this might be the Vikings' opportunity to get one over.
Look, and sometimes an early win can really start setting the tempo for the rest of the series, right? And it's a point I wanted to talk about in draft, but I was like, I'll wait till game, is sometimes you do need to take a little bit of the L and pick some less favorable champions in a best of 5. Like, you do need to think about games 3, games 4 at that potential. So I can see where they're trying to go. Secret Wales, give them benefit of the doubt with that Zeri pick, but let's just see if it cooks. And at the same time, I'm ready to cook in the kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, historically, best of 5, Zeri's been sort of a game 4, game 5 pick, especially from the likes of Doggo for CFO, but look, not your traditional pairings that you'd expect to see, the Lulu, the Yuumi even, but Rakan, an incredibly strong team fighting support, is going to offer a lot. The problem being, I think Eddie's going to struggle to get close enough to get that follow-up damage, especially in lane phase. When it comes to team fight time, yeah, there's probably going to be plenty of openings for him. But you look at Shogun, with that Ricochet, when he does start hitting that critical mass going into the later stages of the mid game, into the late game itself, I think Eddie could really find himself struggling.
Oh, look, we'll have to find out. We'll have to see what they're going to be picking out again. Zeri's the one we're sort of watching right now, as if it's going to make or break the team. I'm also just looking at the Lee Sin. I got excited about the Lee Sin because Lee Sin gaming is just always so much fun to watch. As someone who spent a solid 6 months just trying to master Lee Sin and really coming up with naught, it's fun to watch a good Lee Sin player. And like you said as well, we haven't seen much Lee Sin in the LCP. It's not really one of those prio picks, so to see it in a game 1 is really interesting, and I want to see what they can do with it.
Well, cheeky little engage there from Xulong, gets the combo off, but realistically it was just a bit of lane harass than anything of substance. And again, in the mid lane, we continue to see this trend of just skirmishing mid laners, just throwing abilities at each other, trying to get that damage off his dough in the vicinity. And Cardi is going to stick around. I don't think there is anything of real merit. It's just going to be allowing Dyer to get that wave shoved in for the recall and teleport back to lane.
Look, it's not a bad way to start when you're up a little bit of gold.
Oh dear.
A little bit more pressure is Dyer.
Guri's coming in.
Very low. Guri could look to dive this full health, double buffs. It's not a bad way to go, but Dyer playing very smart, very safe. I'm a big fan of that. Good work. And Scuttle Crab already being contested as Kratos is coming down, looking for a little bit of a slice and dice, but we'll have to see if it's going to be contested. Cassante really doesn't want this fight. He just wants to sit comfortably up there, hold that wave.
I mean, first recourse to the top lane is where things start to get a little bit bleak, I think, for Kratos. Usually it's that Bramble Vest first item, the Cassante comes back into lane and all that heal cut just means that the Renekton has a pretty rough time of it, but he's got himself a decent lead here. We know Vikings, they're going for it again.
Right in. Eddie sent back with the headbutt, but not going to be too much. They're just trying to hold it. I think the hold here for Eddie is really nice, but again, Xulong, Shogun, they have so much health, so much sustain. They can just sit there comfortably and wait for anything, and I am worried for how Eddie's going to go burning through all this mana.
They're still holding their own here. You'd think that there was support, and look at it. It is both junglers up on that top side. Not really much of anything to be found. Mid laners have recalled, teleported it back in. That tier going to be stacking up nicely for Cardi. Dyer wants to be aggressive here, but Cardi's just not giving him an inch.
And I wouldn't expect it either. Oriana having so much range as well. Dyer wanting to get a couple of those electrocute procs off early, but Caddy, again, one of these players that shows so much potential, can get it done and sit very comfortably back. But looking at the shove down bot side, early rotations coming in.
Ooh.
Nicely done by Vikings.
Yeah, so Xulong historically has been one to hold the lane to give his top lane a more favourable lane state. This time around, it is going to be pretty alright, given that Eddie and Taki then push it in. Shogun already on his way to the top lane. So it will be Team Secret Wales a little bit behind the ball in terms of tempo, especially with that interrupt onto Taki. I don't think it's going to net all that much. Xulong now going to be able to recall and go join us. Bot laner up in the top side, but again, it does slow the progress down a little bit. Again, Dyer is just having a horrendous time.
Oh,
that command shockwave online already.
Look, and just a little tier, just one tier in boots is all it can really take. Lacking that mobility as well means this Oriana's going to be punching you from so much further away. First Dragon is spawned as well. Hextech is the name of the game for first one. We'll have to see. Lee Sin is just going to be backing off that one. Guri not looking to get anything too early as Void Grub's upper in 2 minutes. No one's really made a big play, which I kind of expected.
Yeah, both teams, you know, coming into the year, a lot of aggression, a lot of early fighting, have sort of tempered their aggression. Ooh, okay, Cardi missed the cannon minion, but I suppose we can forgive him. He's doing reasonably well in lane. Yeah, they've tempered their aggression. They're not looking for those crazy early blinds that we saw. Shogun does have the spell shield, but here comes Xulong.
Yeah, Xulong wants to get in. Nice little just pull back, and Taki always feeling very safe, very comfortable when Xulong wants to go for these engages.
And again, pro over the grubs. Seems to be the name of the game, especially for the teams remaining in the competition. Not as willing to go for the early dragon, but fighting's brewing.
Izto could actually be caught out here as they get the flash engage, go for the knock-up. Beautiful CC coming in as they smite away the scuttle. Trying to get that beautiful knock-up. The Cyclone's looking good. They're looking at Xulong for first blood. Trying to hand this one over to Eddie, and they secure it. Happy with that one is Secret Wales.
Dyer bides his time. Comes in perfectly timed with that between worlds. Unfortunately, Caddy, having used the command shockwave in lane, doesn't have that same teamfight presence that he would have compared to his lane counterpart. So a very, very well-read situation for Team Secret Wales, giving that kill over to Eddie as well, looking to accelerate him just that little bit more. He's going to make for a very, very interesting mid-game. Because, I mean, look, for all intents and purposes, like Vikings might have been able to actually make something of this. Unfortunately, Hizto literally ticks over to 6 here, finishing off this scuttle, gets the last hit off with his Q, Cyclone comes through, between worlds on top of everything. They just bring it all together. That could have been a huge fight for Vikings, but it completely stalls out off the back of a 6 timing. Oh, and command shockwaves off again.
I love a sneaky shockwave just mid lane, just to say, I'm here, just so you know, Dyer. Just so it's a reminder, just to keep in front of mind. But no, lanes have sort of reset back. Kratos still happily farming in the side lane, very substantial lead as well. That 20 plus CS up, almost 30 at this point. So you have to be very worried about what this Crocodile can get done.
Yeah, I mean, timing, I think, is going to be the biggest issue here going into the later stages of this game. You got Cardi, who is looking clearly at the Seraph's Rod of Ages build, which we haven't seen all that much of, but it is going to be a bit of a slow burn build for him. Shogun as well on this server is going to take a little while to come online. So going into the late game, Team Secret Wales do have a bit of a challenge on their hands. I think realistically, they're probably going to want to close it out a little bit earlier.
You can see Void Grubs are up as well. Both teams, really good vision coming on from Secret Wales. Look at the deep vision you see on this bot side. So you can already see as well, his toes down there. They might just be looking for a trade, but now they know that they're there. Xulong popping that ward just means they might have to give this over, but they need to be on Dragon probably now if they want to make something play, but they're looking at a lot of damage over on Kratos, just good pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they got lane prior. That's all they really needed is to play it. Then they can rotate back in, help with this Dragon take. And statistics follow. First Dragon has gone over pretty consistently. It's 60, it's not even that. It's an 85% to 15% red-sided first Dragon compared to the Grubs, which has definitely been a blue-sided affair. So Grubs for Dragon trades straight. A little bit problematic when you look at the team that Vikings have. They don't actually take towers all that slowly, and having all 3 Grubs on top of it is going to make it even more problematic if they find that tempo on the side lanes.
Yeah, and as Sivir scales up as well, it's just going to be so much harder. They can melt through those waves to get the push every single time. Those Grubs are just going to be an absolute menace. We'll have to see again. We've got that first blood on Zeri. We keep looking at this 80 carry because we know Eddie can get it done, but we're just not fully convinced. But we're having a good show of it so far.
I mean, timing-wise, he's doing reasonably well for himself. 100 CS at just shy of 10 minutes, leading in terms of that statistic. If he keeps this pace up, he should have his Yuntrals finished up here. Yeah, he does, in fact, just shy of the 10-minute mark. So he's making some good pacing for himself, and he's going to be stacking that up nicely. Whereas you look at the side, Shogun doesn't have that Essence Reaver yet. It's going to be interesting to see if he does go the traditional, you know, Essence Reaver into Flicker Blades combo just to keep that wave prio up, having those ricochets up almost constantly.
Look, I'd like them to. We'll have to see what they're going to go. We have seen some pretty wacky picks from Sivers out and about not too long ago, so we'll have to see how it's going to work. I'd like to see a little bit more proactivity from Vikings here. They have that Orianna Lee Sin combo. I want to see them start to use it, start looking for a little bit more. They lost that first big fight, but I think that was just a cleaner rotation out of Secret Wales. I want to see Vikings be proactive. They need to start making some moves.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a real big problem at the moment. Thornmail finished up for Pun, and you've got three primarily physical damage dealers. Cardi is literally going to be the only one who actually gets significant damage into Pun, and even then, realistically, with the build choice he's gone, he's not going to have any significant damage for a good long while. So these mid-game team fights are going to be a real sticking point. Pun should realistically be able to play them quite comfortably.
Especially with that all-out, just being able to disrupt the team fight. Again, this is what we see Secret Wales comp is doing a really good job of, is they can get so many ultimates layered on. They have so much CC, the quickness, the slows, the knockups. It's going to cause so much havoc and break up the team fight that is Vikings. And that's the flash. Oh, double flash is going forward. Pun, very aggressive.
Oh, 100% you take that every day of the week. Orianna, notoriously immobile. Without that flash, is going to be such an easy target for Hizda or Taki. Whereas Pun on the Cassante, not really struggling all that much when it comes to mobility. He does have a few of those dashes in kit, can get in through the middle of team fights, and then like you said, with that all out, can very much be an absolute chaos force between worlds. Dropped onto Dire. Oh, the damage.
Good chunking out though, but still looking underneath that tower. But his toe is here, clearing out wards. They could be looking for a dive. Taki's walking down too.
Dominus is
There's
there.
no wave.
Yeah, the wave's not in a great spot. Dire doing his best to try and clear it, but Shilong, look at him streaking on into this bot lane. Do they know? I don't think they have a clue. They will now. Dominus popped.
Dominus already popped as they're going to be looking to take this one, but now they're saying, no, I don't think it's worth it. Let's just back out. It's okay. Radar still being aggressive. Dominus in use. Why not go for a fight?
Yeah, look for something. Unfortunately for Team Secret Wales, a little bit of waste of time on the map, but with nothing to be gained for the next minute 45, you're not losing out on all that much realistically. You get some vision down, you get that Dominus out. If they do look for something in the next wee while, they might have that leverage point, of course. Dire doing an alright job for himself. Should be coming up on the Leandries, you'd imagine, very soon. Yeah, I mean, we traditionally have seen sort of Blackfire Torch into Bloodletter's Curse or Leandries into Bloodletter's Curse be a consistent build path for him in the mid lane, but with no other significant, like massive magic dealers, you're probably not looking Bloodletters first at all. Leandries is going to do a lot, get a lot of value this game.
I think just the AoE ability with the Leandres, just the burn's going to be so impactful, especially with a Renekton who's going to be right up in your face too. Same with the Alistar. I wouldn't be surprised if they start looking at some anti-heal relatively early. Yes, we've got that Thornmail, but might be looking to get a little bit on. Potentially Wukong, probably not. Probably Aurora would be the best pick to pick up a little bit of like an Oblivion Orb. But not at that point yet. Still going to look at 2 items. Oh, all right.
I mean, the rest of the map's looking all right. Kratos just finishing his Black Cleaver up Sundered Sky there. Rod of Age is finally done for Cardi, so it will start stacking up for himself. And of course, that Essence Reaver. And yeah, again, they've just got to keep Cardi on Pun. He's the only one that can really do any meaningful damage onto him at the moment. And even then, you look at it, it is starting to ramp up with that Rod of Age is finished, and now he's working on that Seraphs. But again, you're not looking at any significant kill threat without outside intervention.
Next dragon is up in about 15 seconds. Chem Tech, which means we might be getting a bit more aggressive Dragon Soul as well. I'd love to see an Infernal, because then the fights should really start to ramp up. But we'll have to see what they're going to look for. Is 50 seconds as well on Rift Herald. Objectives across the map. We'll see where they're going to play it.
Gearing down on this bottom side, but everyone gear up for the bottom side. Taki's there, going to walk over a ward division. He's going to let them know pretty handily. Oh, Pun's taking some big damage.
Pun is low. Nice kick goes in. They're going to be able to lock it down. All out is pretty good. But Yuri trying to hold on. Pun is underneath the tower and Caddy locks it down. Smite had to be used and no one there to respond.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit slow from Team Secret Wales to get down and assist their top laner. Gives the kill over to Cardi, who, I mean, already on a slow build. He's going to be ramping up just a little bit quicker, but unfortunately with that Dragon's Kick and Command Shockwave down, this should give the prio over to Team Secret Wales to take Dragon number 2 for themselves.
Yeah, not too bad. Going to tell us that coveted soul that we really want to see. But again, the slow reaction from Secret Wales, still giving them a little bit of the edge if they can secure this Dragon. Caddy still here, half mana. So long as well down on the bot side. It's a TP play coming in too. They really want to contest it. Is Shogun trying to hold on, just do a little bit more damage. 4 members strong, easy pickup.
Yeah, unfortunately, might have bit themselves a little bit. It's going to be a Cloud Soul too. And that is a scary prospect. Ooh. Especially, I mean, you have a Civi, you have on that hunt, if somehow Vikings get themselves a soul, this team becomes just the most terrifying. But the same is very much true for the side of Team Secret Wales. A Wukong and a K'Sante with Cloud Soul and Histo. Team Secret Wales take Dragon number 2 and immediately pivot to the top side of the Rift to look for this Herald as well.
That's the right call, right? Like, they're already just a little bit up on tempo after that drag. They've still got all their ultimates up. It wasn't really heavily contested.
On the hunt.
Punt is used, as Punt is just holding back the team. Rift Herald is secure. Now they're looking for the fight. Is now Eddie wants to get a little bit more damage off, but Punt is taking the grunt, has to flash out. Histo knocked out of the way, but they're looking for a little bit more. The good kick sends Punt over the wall. Is too much between two worlds. Is so good. Yes, Kratos picks up the kill, and now they're caught between the rock and a wall. Now Kratos is in the back line. Taki has to jump out, and the Fates of War is secured.
What a fight. The Command Shockwave coming in.
But he's still caught out, trying to walk back again. Just said, I'll take the cannon, but you can take my life.
I mean, it looks so good for Team Secret Wales, but Pun's taken so much damage in the kickoff of that fight. Histo is a little bit too late coming to the play. And then, of course, everything's back up and ready again for the Vikings at the start of that fight. The time has elapsed that allows them to then come in. And as we watch it, Pun just takes... The replay is just going to be an absolute heartbreak for Team Secret Wales. And off the back of it, like Cardi gets himself 2. That's just terrible.
It just felt like they were all caught out, like they were just in the slightly out of position and they were just getting capitalized by by Vikings. And Secret Wales just couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, Pun, in the face of almost the entirety of the Vikings roster. Histo just a little bit lost, Tarkin on the backside. And there, yeah, Pun just sort of left to his own devices, kicked back in. Histo comes over the wall, the rest of the team there as well. And the Command Shockwave on top of Xu Long completely ruins Eddie. Forces Dyer out and he gets caught anyway, unfortunately. And Cardi, the real winner here, now 3-0 on this, what was a fairly slow burn Orianna. Now sitting pretty happy.
And the big question I raised there is, where was Eddie in that fight? They were in the pit waiting. They were saying, oh guys, we'll wait for this fight, like they'll come to us. No, they actually should have turned that around and said, all right, Eddie, you need to go. Like, we need to start punching out a little bit of damage. Because the damage shots as well just showed that it was both mid laners trying to get it done. But it just wasn't enough. We didn't really see the AD carry get anything done for the side of Secret Wales. And now it looks like first tower's going to go over, and that could be the Feats of War.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was because he was too dead. He jumps over the wall, gets immediately pulverized into a Command Shockwave. So unfortunately, was just not able to find the team fight. Tower taken by Team Secret Wales, and off the back of the feat of Monster Slaying, they do actually steal the Feats of Strength away at the literal last possible second.
That's what it is, though. Secret Wales has been so good on these objectives. 2 dragons. They're still very comfortable. The Rift Herald as well, which we didn't even fully register because the team fight just took well over. Means they've got those Feats of War. Those boots are going to be a nice additive. But what's your honest opinion on those boots, though, Pendant? Are you a fan of them?
I mean, look, any added stats is good stats, even if it is not the largest of margins. I mean, shields here or there, depending on what boot you go. I think mages tend to get the most value with those upgraded, getting that percentage magic pen. But on the whole, I mean, look, any added stats is good stats, even if that is just in the form of shield. Coming into what is now the 19-minute mark. 2 items deep for both bot laners. Yuntals and the Runans now for Eddie. So in the team fight, is going to be pumping out a decent amount of damage. Question is, how long can he play those team fights, especially given that Shogun has finished up his Flicker Blades as well. So even if you are fighting close quarters, those ricochets are really going to start stacking up.
Yeah, especially with that Hurricane, that is the close item. You need to be sitting on top of them to really be having an impact as Zeri here. But you do have a pretty substantial front line to keep you alive as best as possible. It really comes down to whether we're going to see Dyer and Histo pull that trigger and start making some things happen with those teams. But I believe in Secret Wales. Yes, they're only 3k gold behind. There is a chance they can turn this around. It is all about the scaling.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, despite the great start there from Eddie, it's kind of been cut down off the back of 3 kills now going the way of Cardi. So definitely going to be a tool that makes this series very, very hard to play comfortably. 7 stacks as well on the Rod of Ages. Seraph's fully finished up now. So essentially a real champion in terms of that damage output, having that level 13 to boot. So 2nd level in your ultimate. Command Shockwave really is going to be that make or break point for the Vikings.
And it can just be the Lee Sin going in for it. Chuck it on Alistair, give that extra shield. But Kratos is now being looked at. Artican has spawned as well, and the team's already starting to rotate up. Vikings are already on the drag saying, we'll take this, but Artican's the next prize as well.
Oh, I don't know about that call. It's the golden rule of the LCP. If a game can be thrown, it will likely be thrown at the Artican, and we've seen it so many times. Unfortunately, the lesson not quite learned, of course. They just give the Dragon over for free. I think Team Secret Wales probably could have contested that just a little bit, but no, they give it over. It is only the 3rd Dragon, not the be-all and end-all. But Team Secret Wales, oh, don't clump up with Xulong around.
Rift Herald being summoned. Hopefully looking to break this tier 1 up in top side, but whole team is there hovering, so I doubt there'll be any real noticeable take. Just a good charge.
Yeah, unfortunately, not nearly enough damage done in the mid lane to really enable that. In fact, next to none, really. Guri has been found, but does get himself away.
Slipperiness of the Lee Sin. Every jungler's nightmare. Lee Sin that can actually ward hop. It is the dream. But now they're still all hovering on this top side. No one really down to the bot side. The tower's already gone. So Pun just saying, let's just hold this mid. And they've just sort of backing off. So everyone's looking for a bit of a reset. They've got gold to spend.
I'm not entirely sold on Pun's build path, realistically. Thornmail into the Jark shows he's getting some value, especially in that armor side of things. But Pun still going to be, Cardi rather, is still going to be hitting them reasonably hard. Especially as he's building towards what I'd imagine is a Void stuff. I don't necessarily know if he goes to Crypt Bloom here. It definitely feels like a whim as to whether which one goes. Yeah, I imagine you probably get a decent amount of value out of the Crypt Bloom as well. And yeah, there's not enough magic resist to really find that much value, unfortunately.
Kratos could be looked at here. Histo posturing very aggressively, just sitting in the bush, waiting in the wings. So's Taki off onto the side. Second one of them pulls trigger, but Guri already looking at those Krugs. Where he's smited away. Disrespect.
Absolutely. The trench in the mid lane. 1,500 gold, 1,000 in the top side, and Cardi. There you go. Rod of Ages has finished stacking. He is having a phenomenal game for himself here. And this is, mind you, without that traditional Paranoia Shockwave combo. The Nocturne was not picked in the first phase, was banned away in the second. So we're not getting the classic VCS Orianna Nocturne combo.
But there's always ways to make a Shockwave work. We've learned this. Faker has taught us the way. As long as you can land a Shockwave, a team fight can work. And Daki taking a big chunk of damage as well. You've got to be very worried. As again, really bit of a quiet mid-game so far. 23 minutes into the game. Artican's still available. They're looking to secure these top-tier towers to see if they can alleviate some pressure on the map.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Vikings roster is reasonably good at clearing waves, so they should have, for the most part, priority in almost every single lane. They're going to clear things out, take that top tier 1 recall, get some more gold, or spend some of that gold that's been sitting in the pocket. What is Cardi looking for here? He's not quite there, so I think it is going to be that Crypt Bloom from the looks of things. Riftmaker, I would imagine, potentially. It could be that Bloodletter's Curse for the side of Dire, but I mean, the scariest thing for me, Shogun, has the next BF sword in inventory. Once that turns into an Infinity Edge, these team fights are pretty much over.
Yeah, and that's the problem with Xeri's, right, is the second they get a little bit out of hand and just 1-1-1 on that score line, but you are up 30 CS. That's still the equivalent of 2 kills. So you've got to be thinking this Xeri can pack a wallet, especially with that Hurricane as well. You've got to be so scared of what they're going to be able to do. If they do not get locked down in these team fights, a team fight could just be over for the side of Vikings.
Artican started here, but it doesn't look like Team Secret Wales are either aware or keen. I think probably keen is the main problem here. And it should go, it is. It's just going to go over freely for the Vikings. There's no shout in for Team Secret Wales at all. So they're going to look for the mid lane tower instead.
Yeah, look, it's a good trade, honestly. Just handing that over, but the buffs you get are so nice. You see 3 members looking to hover around. They want to try and get this mid, but it's still very healthy, so I don't think they're going to be able to get it in time.
Yeah, no, unfortunately just not having Eddie there, just not having the greatest of siege comps, at least compared to what is the response from Vikings. Just being able to get around the map reasonably quickly. They're looking for something in the jungle. Oh, the best they're going to find is this red buff. And unfortunately for Team Secret Wales, it seems like they may have just stalled out of this game a little.
Never say never though, Panda. That's the difference when it comes to LCP. These players, these teams, they will fight to the end as Eddie could actually just be caught, but skate over the wall. See you later, alligator.
Oh, if there'd been a slightly better response from the Vikings there, that was assuredly a dead Zeri. But no, does get himself out. Vikings now posturing very aggressively, but the damage coming out of Dire cannot be ignored.
You're going to be worried Guri as well. At the drop of a hat, will take one of those resonating strikes and get something done. One good kick. One good resonating strike will be a make a bacon. Pun just could be caught out, walking into a wall of 3 members. The flash from Histo is good. Redemption's coming down, but the knockback is even better. Between two worlds, it's not going to be enough as Eddie picks up Shogun. That's your damage. This Zeri is starting to pop off. The shutdown is even better. Now Kratos is in the line of sight. They're making him a handbag. It's a triple kill, heading over almost the quadra. If that spark hit, Taki actually locking it down. A little bit of that burn from the red buff. Here comes Dire, trying to make a little bit more work, but can they lock down anything else? Is Caddy so low, so is Dire. One more hit and Caddy locks it down. Oriana on it, but they lose the drag.
That was the most VCS fight I think I have ever seen. It looked like it was horrendous positioning there from Team Secret Wales, but they find the opening and allow Eddie to just play off the back of the engage. He's not in a position to be caught. He then comes screaming over that wall. And you look at it, Pun. You think he's dead to rights here, but he's a very tanky lad, given that the majority of the damage is physical. Then comes Histo over the wall, followed up by the quickness, and then Eddie comes in screaming over with a lightning crash, takes out the major damage threat, forces out Cardi entirely, and then almost mops himself up a quadra. They do, unfortunately, lose out on Dire here, not respecting just how strong Cardi is in the grand scheme of things. But you saw picture in picture, they get themselves that top tier tower. Yeah, Cardi. That was a very, very disrespectful fight from Dire.
Just can't sacrifice it too much. And look at the goal. It is swung back in the way of Secret Wales. One good team fight. It was that one item that you mentioned before. Do you remember what it is, Panda? Because that IE was completed for that, and it was just too impactful.
Well, now the matching Infinity Edge is done for Shogun. Unfortunately, is very far behind now. As you can see, the last whisper there for Eddie. This is a interesting spot in the game, because any sort of mistake here could likely cost this game one for either of the teams, especially given how strong Cardi is at the moment. 2.4k gold ahead. He's 3 items deep, and he is hitting incredibly hard with that level 17 online. Dire still 2 levels behind at this stage. Does not have that level 3 in his Between Worlds. I mean, not even this way. He's a wee way off it, in fact.
And look, that's the worst part as well. Dire right now is basically an ultimate. That's really what they are. They're there to sort of deal a bit of burn damage and just be that sort of AoE. They're not really able to get anything done because, like you said, Cardi is just so strong. But you can't ignore the fact that you have the exact same gold difference in the bot lane. So it's who can carry it better, Panda? Can Zeri on Eddie do it better? Or is Caddy going to hold this team a little bit further?
Yeah, unfortunately, it is going to come entirely down to how they play these team fights, because one command shockwave onto Eddie, he's as good as done, unfortunately. But if he can avoid that, if they can get some of those key abilities out, bait it, and then allow him to come in on the backside of it, then things start to work very, very cleanly for Team Secret Wales. But Shogun, again, cannot be underestimated in these team fights. Those ricochets are really going to hurt the likes of Dire and Eddie, and Taki as well.
Yeah, and I'm still a little bit worried. We're only seeing that Spectre's Cow being picked up for the side of Pun, so a little bit of that magic resist slowly coming online, but is it a little bit too late? Because Caddy is just an absolute monster getting that Crypto Blue, but now they're looking for the gauge. Quickness used by Taki, the TP is now burnt. Too long as well. Histo and Guri on the backside, just sort of brawling it out, and they've just burnt Summoners just to see what can happen.
On the hunt down is that unbreakable will. So your Alistar isn't going to be that big beefy tank that he traditionally is when it comes to team fight time. You're not really losing out on all that much. Look at the damage coming out from Histo.
Look at the damage coming from Baron. That is just not where you want to be fighting for either of these junglers. They're just a little bit too squishy still. But there's the engage. Still look wants a bit more, but no. Taki is getting out of dodge. And they're just slowly resetting again. They're both just limit testing each other right now, Panda, and I'm here for it.
Quickness halfway off cooldown, so it is going to be up and available, I think, just moments before On the Hunt and that Unbreakable will. So there is a window which they can look to turn it around. Both teams actually have a pretty decent Baron clear. So if they find an opening, that could be an avenue in 90 seconds out to what will be Soul for Team Secret Wales. And Eddie, there you go. Mortal Reminder is finished up 5 items deep on this series. Given the room, he will make this game for Team Secret Wales.
That's it, and we're not seeing as much anti-heal on the other side too, so it's more just that shred. You got 2 black cleavers, you got a crit bloom. No, there's only a last whisper now coming in for Shogun, so I don't know if they have the full amount of damage that Zeri can do in comparison. I think Zeri's just going to start carrying these fights because they've made it to this late game.
The one big, I think, saving grace on top of Cardi is Kratos has had a really good game for himself. He's up about 50 CS at the moment, has that Styrax and the Shojins as well, so is going to be pretty survivable in the middle of these team fights. Unfortunately, yeah, Zeri does a lot of damage, but there you go. On the Hunt is going to be popped. They're looking for a collapse on the bot side.
They want to go straight for Dire, could be caught out. Guri using the Resonating Strike early, popping the pink ward down, but now they're looking a little bit more of a fight. Good kick is there, Resonating Strike between 2 worlds. Is going to be enough to stay alive as the flash engage. Can they get anything done as the flash from Dire is enough? They're looking for more of a fight. Taki's trying to get the re-engage back in. Kratos is now getting caught and he's doing the damage, trying to hold on, but the Chaos coming in, knocking up 2 members. It's just a little bit too much. The Secret Wales trying to re-engage this fight, and they just said, no, we're trying to keep Dire alive. And that was pretty Dire close, if you ask me.
Oh, I think that was pretty brilliant. The response there from Team Secret Wales keeps them in a position to really contest. Almost all the team fight abilities down for both sides, though. And with Vikings having come out on the better end of that fight means that they take the Dragon for themselves. They will deny that Soul and drag this game out for just a little bit longer, but with Baron alive, a single fight will likely mean that goes over. And like Team Secret Wales narrowly avoid a disaster there. Dire flashes away from the command shockwave. It only catches Pun. And with that Spectral Cowl, he's taken a lot less magic damage than he would have otherwise.
Look, and that's 3 flashes down for the side of Secret Wales compared to Vikings' 2 flashes, which is Caddy and Guri. So they've spent so many summoners just for that one fight to get this Dragon and deny the Soul point, but now they're hovering around the Baron. This is the big play. One good pick, one good team fight secures the Baron, should secure the win.
Or, again, Team Secret Wales a little bit split here. Not in the greatest positions to collapse it on this fight should it start up. And yeah, well, you don't have the flashes on Dire and Hizdo, arguably 2 of the more mobile champions on the Rift that aren't going to suffer. And they committed a lot here to try and make this play onto Dire. Guri has to ward off for the kick. They're going for the fight in picture-in-picture.
Oh, looks like Hizdo is able to get out of their clone. Good job, they've slowed it down. Oh man, we were halfway through a fantastic fight and it just got pulled, but now they're looking up the top side. Guri, they wanted to get this cheeky little scuttle, but now it looks like Pun holding on. Tanky boy now, trying to get the damage off. Nice and such, still available. They want to get anything they can, but again, both these teams, just neither team wants to pull the trigger fully.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing that redemption value for these supports as a first item pickup. Dire in a phenomenal position to look for a flank, but Vikings just not presenting that opportunity. The wave clear is just too substantial, and even Vikings sniffing that there is probably an Aurora looking for a flank angle in that brush, and Cardi throws the ball in and clears them out. This game is just riding a knife's edge. The goal difference negligible at this stage of the game. You look at it, Guri and Shogun both hitting 16. Dire finally getting that maximum level in his between worlds. So all those big key ultimates for both teams are going to be at their max level. We are getting to a point where the goal difference is going to stop making much of a difference at all.
And this is true League of Legends at its finest, right? Is when both teams have full items, it now comes down to how good your hands are. It's your champions are at their absolute potential. It's how can you pilot them? How can you force the play? How can you win the fight? So I'm excited to see what these 2 teams want to do. They're really trying to focus on this Baron, but again, you got to think about this Dragon in 2.5 minutes too, because neither team is able to fully commit to these trigger pushes. I want to see Guri, who now has the Guardian Angel, really commit to something a little bit more as they Resonating Strike, but nothing more.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit too quick on this Zeri. They don't want to follow it up because it would have split the team fight pretty significantly with Hizdo in a flank position and Pun there as well. Likely would have been a death sentence for Guri. Lord Dominic's now finished for Shogun, so he is going to be hitting insanely hard if Team Secret Wales are grouped up.
Yeah, more flashes coming up. We need to see Eddie make a play. We need Shogun to have the space that they need. Now they're looking to go on Pun. He could be caught out as the rest of the team between two worlds as they're on the back line at the same time. Pun taking the damage of 3, but they're trying to get even more. Caddy's picked up, but the shockwave is still good. Sulong wants to try and pull this fight a little bit further. Kratos picked up Pun, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
But Vikings are not done. They're looking for a re-engage, but so are Team Secret Wales. Just trying to kite it out here. Top lane for mid. I think realistically puts both teams in a position where neither of them can comfortably take this Baron at all. So the game will likely stall out. 90 seconds to the next Dragon. Sulong is just going to get that ward out. Will be cleared immediately, but doesn't get jumped on by Dire.
This is one of those openings, right? Like, you have just picked up the carry on the side of Vikings. Like, Caddy's gone. That's a big timer. Still 25 seconds. I feel like at this point, you could look a little bit more aggressively for a Baron here and look for a second pick.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how chaotic this fight was. Look at how much damage the ricochets are doing onto Eddie. He's only just started in the fight and he's already half HP. Cardi, they absolutely collapse in on him. A brilliant play. But unfortunately, Pun has taken so much damage from Shogun through all of that he just dies. He's just locked down, finished off. And that is the real problem. Eddie cannot play close because we see how much damage he's taking. He's got the Guardian Angel now, and that might be that little difference maker. He can afford to take that damage because he's going to have that resurrection. So long as the team can play off the back of him and give him that space once he comes back online, if they can force Shogun out, there is very much a world in which this can happen. But you look at how close these team fights are.
And it's very rare to see that another AD carry is out farming a Sivir, especially in pro play. This is unheard of. Zeri is up 431 minions to 387. That is insane. I don't think I've ever seen that in a normal game, let alone a pro game. So really big shots on Eddie, who is holding their own. Now they're looking for a bit of an engage. This fight is fingers on the back line. Quickness is summoned. He's just trying to get that Cyclone off. Good knockups. They're doing it between two worlds. The burn damage is good. Pun is getting it in. Sulong as well. It's just blasting Eddie. Wants more damage, more kills. Double kill. Heading over. And they're trying to get anything else they can. But now Baron's on the line. They're looking at their Nexus. Mid tower is where they want to go.
An absolute collapse there from the Vikings. They isolate themselves. They give Eddie a free opportunity to get that damage out with Shogun not being in the vicinity to actually pump it out in return. Guri is going to look to try and steal away what will be the 6th Dragon and deny Sol. But it is not going to be allowed. In fact, they're going to collapse down here with Dire and Pun to try and take it for themselves. And with Cardi playing bodyguard, Baron going on at the same time, if this goes wrong, it could go very, very wrong. But it's looking like they should be able to get away with it here. Command Shockwave, and they will.
Easy, good trade there. Look, they lost the Baron, but they pick up the Cloud Drag. They're both on Soul Point. These teams really want to be looking at this next trade because
you just
an
watch
Elder
this fight.
could just end the game. Yeah, watch
Taki, massive, massive quickness here, comes in, gets Sulong and Kratos out. Shogun's forced to flash away to avoid Pun, and all the while, Eddie and Dire are just pumping out that damage. Shogun then gets jumped on by Dire, which allows Eddie to come in because of how hard Dire is hitting, and looks to finish it off. And it's the chaos that Team Secret Wales sows into these team fights that Vikings are just not accustomed to.
And we said right at the start of the night here as well, Panda, scrappy. It was a little bit dirty, but just dirty enough that I could probably enjoy that martini. But now, I want to see these teams clean up these team fights a little bit more. The laundry needs to be put away. I want to see them use this Baron to its absolute potential.
Oh boy. The Rabadon's finished up now for Cardi. So if he does find an angle, that, again, is really just going to ruin the back line in the form of Eddie and Dire, who has his Bloodletter's Curse now. 4,000 gold lead in the bot lane. Completely irrelevant at this stage, given that, well, it's full build for Eddie and Shogun is working on his final item. You just look at the damage with these baroned up minion waves that they are getting onto the base of Vikings. You can only imagine this game has not much longer to go.
No, this is where it's definitely going to close it out. The solid 5k gold lead over the Secret Wales could just be the nail in the coffin. Usually it's a 10k gold lead. We're seeing it at 5 right now. Redemption coming down. The Baron has just been so well used right here. Opening up this mid is just going to alleviate so much more pressure. As now they're looking at Pun. Could be caught out, but it is Cassante. They are very tanky, and they're able to hold the line a little further.
Yeah, especially with Eddie just sitting there in the pocket looking to finish off that tower. That's not really the person you want to collapse in on. Sonic Wave connects onto Dire, but again, with the lack of vision in their own jungle, they just cannot afford to take a fight here. Pun, just being this big menace in the front line. He's finally started to hit those items. He's got the resistances that he's been looking for. And you look at how many members the Command Shockwave goes completely wide.
That is not what you want for the side of Vikings. They've just missed their mark, and that's their trigger. That's what they needed to actually start these fights off, and it has just been put on cooldown. We still got quite a minute, probably about 30 seconds or so before that is going to be back up. So I'm really worried for how Vikings going to play this next fight.
Yeah, and Team Secret Wales know that they're in a position of power now. This is a very bleak spot. Quickness!
Straight back in, it's getting 4 members, they're underneath the tower so long, cannot be much longer for this world. Guri has the redemption, they're trying to hold on, the GA is popped, they're gonna get caught between all these members. We finally got some kills on Dire, they're back in this game, 2-2-9 is now, the GA is popped on the side of Histo, but they're gonna make their victory march all the way down top lane and looking to lock down this Nexus right here, right now.
And the change in approach to the game for Team Secret Wales seemingly pays off. They played the long game, they waited out, they hit their timings, and even into a comp that scales into oblivion, it's not enough for the Vikings. Command Shockwave again. Misses.
Eddie's getting close, but he's got the GA. They do still lock him down. Pun picking up another kill. It is just the 5,000-year champion getting it done today. And game 1 conclusively heading over to Secret Wales.
I mean, that is not quite how I expected us to get there, but ultimately I think there is the result I expected. Team Secret Wales, they just played the long con. They waited out, wait for their opportunity. In a very PCS approach to the game, and Vikings unfortunately stumble one too many times. Shogun forced out of one too many team fights, allowing Eddie to take those moments, and Taki on the side there, having a phenomenal game for himself on this Rakan. You look at it, the damage numbers between the bot lanes and mid lanes combined, over 120,000 damage between the 4 of them. Some big numbers, but I mean, it was, again, I was a little bit questioning the draft for Team Secret Wales, but they come together. A scrappy comp plays a scrappy game, and that's exactly where Team Secret Wales thrive.
You can tell by the gold as well, Panda, it was just so even all the way up. Yes, there was one good team fight for Vikings, but then it just went down a little bit more, stayed even again until the Secret Wales just said, this is our game, guys. We're not running it. We're running you down. And then they just took it away. That one Baron play was beautifully executed, burning out those shockwaves. Phenomenal play from Secret Wales. It was that long con. They said, hey, we'll pick Zeri into your sliver. That's fine. And it came up with the goods. 3k gold up, a full item ahead. You gotta love it.
And I mean, it started really well for the Vikings. A great rotation in. Or rather, it started really poorly. Histo hit 6 here. Actually, I completely whipped that. No, it was Team Secret Wales. Yeah, it was a great level 6 timing for Histo. They turned the fight around, get Eddie that early kill. But it was largely the mid game that was dominated by the Vikings off some phenomenal plays, led by Guri and Cardi, of course. You see it here. Gets the dragon kick onto Pun, back into the fight to secure that kill. Histo comes over the wall, and there's Eddie following it up. Unfortunately, Command Shockwave then lands right onto Eddie, who's just been pulverized, and he gets completely demolished there by Guri and Sulong, and they just chase down Dire and Histo, of course. Cardi at one point was 4-0 in the game. That slow burn, I thought potentially was going to be that difference maker, but when it came to crunch time, when the pressure really started mounting, unfortunately for the Vikings, they just could not contest. And again, you look at these magnificent team fights where Eddie comes in just a hair late, and that's what allows him to just run rampant because all those key abilities have been used, all the chaos has been sowed, which just gives him all the more freedom, all the more autonomy to play these fights.
And again, the key word for the series, I think, is just scrappiness. I'm looking at these fights, and they're not as clean as I think we could expect, but they're still coming up with the goods. A lot of these fights as well, only like 1 or 2 picks. It wasn't a kill-hungry game. There was not much bloodshed, but when it was huge. And you can see this fight here as well.
This was the breaking point, unfortunately, for the Vikings. Shogun forced to flash away. If he's able to play that fight cleanly at all, the amount of damage he's going to pump out completely turns it. But for some reason, Oriana's ball is on her. She's then forced to flash back over the wall, leaving Sulong and Kratos to their own devices. By this stage, the game was largely done. Just the ability to collapse in. Command Shockwave had already been burnt for nothing. And Team Secret Wales, with that Baron buff, know full well that they can collapse in here and take this fight. So, unfortunately, Dire and Team Secret Wales just knowing their limits very much when it comes to this game, Pike. And speaking of limits, there are none for the LCP. Of course, we are going on our road trip for our first year. We're off to Danang next weekend, of course, the 20th and 21st. Still a couple of games to see who joins CFO and PSG Talon in that top 3 position. And with that game, I'm feeling more and more confident that it might just be Team Secret Wales, Pike. What do you think?
Look, either way, it's going to be Vietnam versus Vietnam on the series on Sunday night, and that's what I care about. We're going to see some awesome plays. After that game, I'm not still convinced. I think there's still a 3-1 in there, maybe a 3-2. We'll have to see how the night's going to play out, though, Panda. But either way, both these teams got the goods. I want to see who's got the goods more. Who's got the money bags?
Well, I mean, that's exactly it. It becomes a stamina race and a best of 5 Team Secret Wars. Get it over the line in game 1. They weather the storm and they come out with a victory, but it's a best of 5. It is not a sprint. It is a marathon. When we come back after the break, game 2, to see whether it's a clean sweep or we do just go that little bit further.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside. Oh! Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Bob in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Emperor's Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯1的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Till the next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here. And most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flash the way, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa gọi là mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
When it comes to the raging of the sea, a whale cares not for the tumult on the surface, but a Vikings longboat rarely fares as well. And Team Secret Whales weather that storm in Game 1, setting a new season finals playoffs record with the longest game so far. But it is a 5-game marathon here, Pike, and the Vikings, well, they hunt whales.
That's right, it is a marathon, not a sprint, and if anything we've learned from the whaling era is you need to be out on the ocean for a good hot minute. We're talking weeks on end to secure those whales. Vikings, though, they've only got 5 games. I don't know if they've got a couple weeks worth up their sleeve for this one, so we'll have to see if they're willing to harpoon themselves a win. But whales, they could be fighting back as the Moby Dick effect.
Exactly it. Red side opted into for Vikings as the trend continues. Let's be honest, it has been a red-sided affair here in the playoffs for the season finals. Having that counter pick option has just skyrocketed in value coming into what is the home stretch of the LCP 2025 competitive season. And with some strong picks off the board and some less strong picks off the board, there is a lot still in the pool. I mean, you look in your rises in the mid lane, especially for both Dire and Cardi, they've got a decent amount of overlap in that mid lane pool. Your very strong bot lane is Desires, the Kaisers, the Varus is still available. You got your engaged supports. Top lane, you still got Rumble Gwen. In the jungle, we've still got the Xin Zhao and the Jarvan. There is a lot still available, Pike.
Look, and I love that, right? Like, we've got so much to work with, but it all comes down to the circle theory. It's what's going to be the best effect for what they're going to be playing towards. Are they going to go very aggressive? Are they going to play front to back? Are they playing protect the king? Anything is possible, and I'm excited to see it as we're getting the bans across the board. Get rid of that Yanara. I don't want to see it. I love that champion too much, but get it off my screen.
Some very, very solid respect bans as well. Style coming in for Shogun and Bessa, Zyra, and Senna. All 3 incredibly targeted bans. It's not just because we don't want to play into them. We know that those on Vikings that could play them play it incredibly well. Azir, Yanara, and Nico in response. Again, Dire on the Azir is a terrifying prospect to behold. To me, the champions that stand out as left up and available, Pantheon and Taliyah. The Great Wall of Sparta is available. Should either team look to pick it up, you might even look for a trade, but it's going to be the Rise taken for Dire off the rip. Vikings have the option for that Great Wall of Sparta combo in response.
Look, and do you favor that on the side of Vikings? Like, well, they've gone for the Vi straight away, so they're obviously looking for that lockdown. What would you pair with it? Taliyah still looks good in my opinion.
Ari has been such a strong contender with that Vi in the mid lane. Cardi has played it in the past, and I would imagine does very well. Taliyah as well, yeah, so they are going to have a decent amount of response around the Rift, a huge amount of lockdown. You don't have that Sivir in the bot lane for Eddie to give you that security of the shield. Xayah, at least next, makes the most sense, but that's not really something that you want to pick at this stage, especially blind into what Vikings could be looking to bring.
And I think the counterpoint to what I'd see into a Vi is usually like your Zin's out, but a Trundle being locked in, I love this because it can be that flex lockdown, it can go top, it can go jungle. It's a really nice pick, especially for taking towers, which I think Secret Wales want to start doing in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's had a huge amount of success in the jungles, look very, very scary. I mean, you look at that Realm Warp as well for Dire, so they are going to be able to somewhat match that global threat of Cardi being able to get around the Rift, but also with some friends. I think this is, so far has been a solid draft. And the Kai'Sa as well, denying it away from Style to pair with that Vi. It's not the most phenomenal setup for a Kai'Sa, but taking that away from what is already a Vi Taliyah comp that is being shown from the Vikings, that's a cheeky little snipe.
Best thing about a Kai'Sa, though, is they're so versatile, right? You can build them slightly different either way, AP, AD, depending on what you want to do, poke or all in, but you can pair it with so many more supports, and I love that they've saved it for second pick phase, because any Taki can really lock down anything, but the Corki in response, I love. It's so strong right now.
Absolutely, and it gives them a decent amount of poke. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see a Jace ban from Team Secret Wales, deny that away from Kratos, because you look at it, Taliyah, Corki, and a Jace playing at that comp, and with a comp that is already reasonably short range, is going to be hugely problematic and is going to rely mostly on a good pillar or some good lockdown out of that support role from Taki, even potentially Pun up in that top side. So in terms of the bans, Ord, take it away. Yeah, you don't want that long range engage that the Call of the Forge God offers into what Vikings are already showing, so I think this is a very smart ban.
Look, you could even ban like a Scion here as well, just getting that initial charge into the enemy team. Try and get a knock-up, lock something down again. You do see Kratos or Guri on this Vi is going to want to be hard engaging, but now they're banning out supports. Looks like we're going to see Eddie trying to maybe take a bit more of a backseat. We could even see another Enchanter support on the side of Secret Wales.
Yeah, I think that's what they're angling for. I mean, I would have thought the Nautilus pairing with the Kai'Sa would have been all right, but I mean, with the Corki already being shown, it's probably going to be a bit of a rough lane, and Sulong has played that Nautilus an immense amount of times. Other than the Pyke, it's probably one of the strongest champions he's looked on. Scion as well, like you were mentioning, taken away from Pun in that top lane, denying all of that long-range engage. Well, I say long-range, he signed it, just sends himself into the middle of everything and then knocks everyone up. So somewhat, potato, realistically. Final support ban, or potentially top lane ban here. I think Jace would get a huge amount of value from Team Secret Wales because of the poke that's already being shown. You don't want to offer that to Kratos as well.
And if I'm looking at any major support for Secret Wales right now, I'd love for them to pick up a Milio here. It's going to stop a lot of that full-on engage you're going to get from the Vi. It's going to get that CC reduction. I think Milio is such a strong support champion, especially as a mage, really underutilized. They go for anything too aggressive, like a Pyke or something like that, I'd be a little bit nervous. Or even a Bard could be quite good here too, just to stop the initial fight.
Yeah, I mean, Taki, a big proponent of that Bard here in the LCP. Rumble taken for Kratos. So, I mean, look, it's not quite the Jace, but again, similar. It's sort of an artillery mage that also punches you. So I think realistically, they're going to have a huge amount of setup there between the Vi, between the Taliyah. That Equalizer is going to get a lot of value. Means that likely Eddie is going to really struggle to play these team fights because of how much threat that Equalizer is going to have on top of a Vi to boot. So Team Secret Wales, somewhat having backed themselves into a corner. They need some heavy engage that is going to allow Eddie to get on the back line. Poppy.
And there's the Poppy.
Look, that's it for Taki.
I love it. I think the Poppy's going to be so impactful. It still does very much what Emilio will do, but it's more saying, I'm going to be in your face while you do it as well. Love this pick.
Doesn't get the most value. Will obviously have into the Vi and the Corki, but Taliyah Rumble, not really known for their dashes, of course, but providing that lockdown, providing a lot of that stall out for the Vi as well is going to be hugely impactful. Not to mention the fact that you can just sort of reset the fight, and Pun will have the Galio matchup into the Rumble, which we've seen so often.
And that's just going to be negating anything that Kratos wants to do. Yes, the team fights are going to look nice, but a hero's entrance can swing those fights just as much. So I love this pickup. It is the hard counter to the Rumble. Honestly, Kratos is going to have a real rough time in this top lane, but a Braum being locked in just says we've got a shield to boot and we're going to hold you back as well.
Yeah, I think that gets a lot of value as well. Galileo, Poppy, Trundle, melee champions that are going to be looking to get up in the face of it. That Glacial Fissure is going to get plenty out of, you know, dropping that into the thick of a team fight. Problem being is, I mean, again, you had a decent amount of identity with the early phase of the pick bans. It sort of peters out towards the end from not really. I mean, you wish you sort of had the Rakan. Unfortunately, Taki's already taken away. Much the same for Team Secret Wales. It is going to rely on Hizdo or Taki getting in the back line, that hero's entrance before Eddie can then come in and join. Otherwise, I think Eddie has a really hard game on his hands.
Look, you said it right. It's all about how far they can go. At the same time, once Corki gets that Triforce, gets a little tier online too, it's just going to get a little bit harder for Kai'Sa to be able to do anything in this game. I'd like to see Shogun really control the lane state, especially when you have a Braum that has such a big shield, big stopping of this Poppy. I think this is where it's going to be getting a lot of my focus. But at the same time, we've talked about this jungle mid duo. Let's see if they can get it done, because Trundle Rise, a little bit disrupt, but at the same time as well, Vi Talia. It's basically a Pantheon, but just not as good for this Vi, in my opinion.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have that global pressure, but I mean, you talk about response to a Talia with that Weaver's Wall. Between the Realm Warp and the Hero's Entrance, they are going to be able to match this Talia pretty comfortably. In the skin game, well, I mean, on one side, you've got Super Galaxy Rumble, which is pretty hard to beat, but on the opposite, IG Kai'Sa, you can't really pass that up.
Look, I play a lot of Kai'Sa. IG Kai'Sa's, I like it. It's good. It's not my go-to, though.
Oh, no. IG Kai'Sa just does more damage. It's statistically factual.
Statistically?
Yeah.
I need to start playing it then. I've been playing Star Guardian, Blue Chroma. It's been the dream. And I put the mask on. I can't see half the map. Awesome.
That's all you need. But I mean, looking at the lanes as they are, I mean, you're not really expecting anything crazy. Maybe in the mid lane, that's where things can get a little bit hectic. A seismic shove set up with Guru coming in for a gank early could make this pretty hard for Dire, but he really was sort of that pioneer when it came to the Rise mid lane, at least here in the LCP in 2025, and he's probably looked the scariest on the big blue Smurf. Pirate Smurf this time. Yeah.
Say that again?
It's
big
Pirate
blue
Smurf. Yeah, it's Pirate Smurf. Yar.
Smurf. Army. Welcome to the LCP.
Where are me Smurf berries?
But I think you're right. I think it's going to be a pretty slow game to start with. I don't think any team really wants to take any big fights. I think early little trades is what we're going to see, and then it's just going to amount to really nothing at all. But again, I've been proven wrong before, Panda. We'll have to see what they're going to do.
I mean, the question is how involved is Sulong able to get in this bot lane if they do get that passive proc, find a stun onto someone, they're looking for it.
Flash.
Oh, it's off the money.
The double flashes, it's just a beautiful count. Probably Sulong, maybe a little bit salty that it didn't secure that Q, but it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, unfortunately doesn't have the most reliable lockdown when compared to a Poppy who just slams style into a wall. So ultimately Team Secret Wales come out better off and they will hit the two-timer first. An ambitious play from Sulong, but does go wanting, unfortunately.
But Vi is already down on this bot side, most likely going to be working their way up top, but it's not unheard of to have a Vi level 2 a bot side as well. I've seen it in solo queue far too often, but I think it's just going to be very standard clears. Let's see what that is. But let's watch a replay.
Oh, don't do Sulong like this. Oh, that's so unnecessary. The man's just trying to play his bot lane. Oh, and then Taki just does what every Poppy does. I mean, it's not the Poppy Alistar matchup, which is just both bot laners getting headbutted by their support counterparts. Oh, Guri looking aggressive.
Oh, his toe looking to just full engage in the flash over the wall. There's a double flash from Guri too. Summoner's burnt. His toe so aggressive.
Yeah, wanted to match, but unfortunately just not respecting the early Trundle power. First blood down in the bot lane.
Whoa! They're going for more flashes. Taki is taken very low, but Eddie, first blood off the block is what you hope for a Kai'Sa every game.
Oh, I predict Taki slams Sulong into a wall, and then Kai'Sa just auto-attacks. I mean, yeah, that's a very, very rough gig, unfortunately, for Sulong. It is a not the most comfortable lane to play into with a Poppy. Histo, off the aggression, gets that red buff. He's in fact going to triple buff Guri here. Gets himself that top skull to boot. And yeah, it's just going to be Xulong gets immediately caught, slammed into wall. Oh, he does. Okay, no. Oh, okay, they just think they've got the fight there. And then Taki's about to, flash stun into the wall, turn around, flash follow up by Eddie. Yeah, okay. They just overestimate their skirmishing power in that situation.
And it's almost crazy as well to see the Poppy being so aggressive early. Braum needs to learn to take a little bit of a back seat, especially after that first failed fight. If you've already burnt the flash at this point, don't be walking too far up. You need to concede just a little bit more. Handing over first blood. Yes, it's a recurve bow. It's just a lot of attack speed. Still pretty good for a Kai'Sa at this stage of the game.
Yeah, bit unfortunate. Giving that gold lead over to a Kai'Sa and into the hands of Eddie to boot, who is someone that we've seen consistently run away with games when given those opportunities. Oh, the Gatling gun bug. You love it.
I was about to say, can you hear this gun? But so, what is this bug then? Is it just it doesn't stop?
The audio just never stops. It's literally one of the most harmless bugs in the game. Unless you're watching, in which case, yeah, your ears start bleeding after the 15-minute mark.
That's a vibe right there. It's like a cool beat that we got to sort of start like almost rapping to.
Oh,
Panda,
no.
I expect by the end of this game, I'd like a League of Legends
that's maths
rap.
and rapping.
Look, there's a little bit of math in casted, unfortunately, but rapping, we could bring it back.
No. As long as it's less than 10, you can use both hands, so you're fine for maths. 6 is hitting both mid lanes, so not quite. Dire is just a little bit off the money. So Cardi having that Weaver's Wall up just a little bit earlier means that there is room for some play off the back of Guri. Both junglers trying to hit 6. But it is just 5 to 4 at the moment. Guri off on that top side. An interesting isolated kill down on that bot lane. Not what you would have expected, but exactly what Team Secret Wales are looking for.
And Secret Wales, obviously with that blue side picks as well, they did want to prioritize this Kai'Sa early. This might be why they did that. Putting Kai'Sa with any real AD carry can just open up so many pathways depending on what that support wants to actually achieve. And Poppy saying we can continue to go forward even with a shield and a door in our face. It can spell disaster for a Corki, so Style has a lot of work to do to come back into this game, in my opinion.
Kratos, now with that equalizer online, Pun's not far off his. So there you go, here his entrance up, and oh, the classic Gelio combo. Great return damage with just an old magic mantle.
Classic stone golems just not taking damage. It's why it's my permaban here, Panda. I can't stand it, so I feel bad for Kratos here. They're going to struggle a little bit more, but the second we get to these team fights, I'm expecting a lot from this Rumble, so should be some good jungle fights. But first Dragon on the board being completely taken over by Vikings. Guri already on it.
Yeah, Histo looking for more top side priority, and I think that's a really smart play. You've got a Trundle, incredible at taking those towers, so you want that grub prio, because it just means that someone that is already very, very good at taking towers is even better at taking towers, and you can really just take those neutral objectives, at least the map objectives rather. It's going to be the lane swap opted into here by Team Secret Wales, and they are going to be at the play early and equalize a drop to catch the wave. That might come back to bite Style and Xulong just a little bit, and you can see Style's not sure. And yeah, okay, it looks like the call has been made that Style's going to take over mid lane. No, heads back bot lane. That is a huge amount of tempo wasted.
And also with Grubs coming back up as well. Oh, flash from Dire as just a little bit of disruption coming out from Xulong. Nice reactions.
Yeah, that could come back to hurt Vikings for sure. Especially like you said, with those Grubs up 20 seconds, they're not going to have that equalizer for a team fight. Pun doesn't have TP, so at some point he's likely going to start walking himself up. Yeah, there he goes. The wave's shoving in towards Style. Will be making his way up towards that grub pit so that he's in range for the hero's entrance. But I think Kratos may have made a pretty big mistake there.
Just not watching the timers, not paying attention to the map state, and already you can see his toes on this space just trying to secure the vision. And looking at the Void Grubs already, I think this is going to be pretty convincingly going to be Secret Wales, because you can already see Guri's not interested.
I mean, even if he does come in, you've got Taki there. Can look to drop the hammer and send Guri flying, but yeah, Guri just not wanting a bar of it, knows full well that they could horrendously go wrong. 2 grubs, it should be the full 3, in fact, and it will be. Histo is just going to continue beating on down. A lot of time given solo to Style, and that bot lane is going to allow him to somewhat close that gap, but you can see Eddie and Taki already beelining down there. Should be able to catch this wave pretty comfortably, honestly.
And again, we said it was going to be a bit of a slower burn game, and we have seen that. It's only 9 minutes in and 1 kill. The LCP special. Yeah, look at beautiful. Couple little kisses in there. Resetting though, as Dragon is up in 2.5 minutes, so I feel like that's where the next priority is going to be, is looking around this bot side. I want to point out, Secret Whales have been very good with these rotations. They are always ready to go. I love that they're getting Eddie into the right places. Even if they weren't there to really have impact on those Void Grubs, they've been in a lot of these team fights around objectives for most of these games, and we're only in second game.
Yeah, I mean, they took top lane priority, which is the main thing. Eddie had that wave pretty consistently shoved into Kratos, who at this stage in the game isn't going to be the fastest of wave clearers, which allowed Histo as much freedom as he had on the Void Grubs. But we see that matchup mirrored now. Shilong still not quite 6, so does not have that Glacial Fissure just yet. Drops the door to try and nullify some of this damage. But, I mean, Eddie and Taki do take these waves out pretty comfortably. There's not going to be any real threat onto the tower for the moment. The 2 minutes on drag is just going to be a little bit of a farm fest, a little bit of downtime, unless Histo looks for an angle in the bot lane, which is entirely possible.
Yeah, looking to sweep around, but the vision is very good. You see, they are starting to work their way back up into mid. Not too much. Yeah, it is a farm fest. And you know what? It gives us a chance to get to know each other, Panda. How you doing? You doing good?
Yeah, not bad. Excited. We got a hell of a game tomorrow. And then live finals in Da Nang. Unfortunately, only the one VCS team. A little bit rough, but what better place to defend your region as the last hope?
You have just spoken miracle words to my ears, and if chat is not getting hyped up enough about that, they should be. And I'm angry that they're not, so we should get some love in chat, because honestly, how good is a live event? They are phenomenal.
Oh, it's going to be electric. Out of Southeast Asia, the Vietnamese fan base is the most elated. I've heard some very, very good things about them. They love their teams with that passion that is rarely seen in our part of the world.
We've got the passion, we just don't have the live events. But no, we're still going back in. Game's still slow. We're starting to see items come online. The Rod of Age is still not completed just yet for Dire, but we are seeing the Angel being locked down. Talia, Caddy looking to get a little bit more agency as they're trying to walk around the map. I hope they should be, especially with the Weaver's Wall, but we'll have to see what they're going to look to do. Again, it's slow. It's calculated, maybe. Maybe we should be calling it calculation plays, not slow plays.
Oh, it's very much methodical. You look at it, Kraken Slayer now online for Eddie. So he's going to be ramping up just a little bit now, looking to get a wee bit scrappy in the minion wave. Dragon now online. Number 2 and Vikings having that prio. I'm going to look to collapse in on it. Herald is 3 minutes out, so unfortunately there wouldn't be an answer back. And yeah, with Histo recoiling, it's just Dragon number 2 for the Vikings, uncontested.
And it feels like Secret Whales are usually pretty happy with this. They don't mind giving over the first 2 dragons. This is game number 2 where they've given 2 early dragons over, very uncontested. So maybe they do look to see, is the soul worth getting? And it's an ocean soul here, Panda, and I think it's going to be pretty good for both sides. I think his toe on this Trundle is going to love that though, even with a Poppy as well. The extra healing, you're going to be so hard to take down.
Absolutely, but I think you realistically look at this comp for Team Secret Whales, they're not that worried. They're looking more towards that late game where that Rise has really come online, where the Kai'Sa has come online. So they're happy to give over the first couple of dragons, knowing full well that the later stages of the game, they become intensely scary.
More items on the board as well. Seeing that Leandre's being picked up by Kratos on this Rumble. Getting a little bit more. Kraken as well, secured for Eddie. Always nice to see as they're looking for pun, as they could be caught out. Cease and desist is good, and that should just be a pick for Guri.
Yeah, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Having Guri down on this bot side, able to collapse in quite comfortably, and that is the power of Divide with the lockdown. So, a bit of an error, unfortunately, for Pun. Not the end of the world. He's a Galio. He's just looking for team fight time. That's when he finds his most effects. So dying at this stage in the game is not going to be that be-all and end-all. with Herald 90 seconds out. Equalizer again, dropped there by Kratos, looking for an angle in onto Dyer. I mean, he should just be getting it off cooldown, I think, after the Herald starts, but it's going to be a bit dicey. If Team Secret Wales look to take it off spawn, he's probably not going to be able to impact much.
Yeah, we know Equalizer is just that one spell you want to keep up in your inventory when it comes to the crunch time, but crunch time still not for a little bit. 3 minutes on the drag, but at the same time 1 minute on the Rift Herald. We'll have to see where these teams are going to start prioritizing. We've seen Trundle, Histo's been loving topside, especially for these, but a lot of vision is going to be secured as already Sulong, Guri rotating around. They're looking at Poppy actually in this mid lane. They could be looking for a pick.
A little bit hard pressed to find a Poppy with ult up, but crazy things do happen in the LCP. Level 11 now for Kratos, so once that Equalizer does come off cooldown, it's going to be hitting even harder. You look at the moment, Dyer. Rod of Ages starting to tick away. That tier well and truly being stacked up at the moment. And of course the Triforce now for his domains that those chomps are going to be hitting very, 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 very hard, especially if he finds a target that he can subjugate.
And Secret Wales, 10 seconds out to Rift Herald. They're securing the vision. They're making sure they have as much control as possible. Kratos as well, down on the spot side. Double TPs available, so they could look to make a TP play and go for the 5v5, but looks like they're all sort of just playing it slow, and Histo's already started it up, and again, Guri just sort of farming it out, not really making their way up too quickly. I guess they're not too worried about it.
He's on his way there now, and I think the ping's coming through. Histo's going to back himself off as Vikings are actually looking to contest this. Pun staying in the bot side is looking for a recall here. Likely teleport himself up to maybe make a play, but both teams going to back off the Herald for the moment as they look to try and take that prior, which will allow them to take a Herald. They could be our next point of contention. 90 seconds as well off the Dragon. If Vikings can stall this out, they can look to take Dragon number 3, get themselves soul point, and realistically deny the Herald as well with that Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, I think that a good placement of one Weaver's Wall is going to be huge, but Histo is down on this bot side, and you can see Guri's still up top side. They're looking at Kratos here. Could be caught out as they've got a bit of stun. Smite goes down. Kratos is just dead. Equalizer down just to hold on a little bit longer. But a 2v1. The flashes go forward. Pun is so low, but Histo is inevitable with that chomp.
Really, really well played from Team Secret Wales there. The Equalizer doesn't even connect on the minion wave. He's looking to just try and turn that fight. So we'll be down. Unfortunately, it is on the bot side, so it can't be transitioned into a Herald. But taking Kratos off the Rift, giving some gold to the pocket of Histo's well and truly going to find value.
Only 10 CS behind, but item online, the Triforce completed, is a huge spike for any champion. We also see that over on Skald. We always hope to see the Triforce, but maybe not this game.
Oh dear, they
There's an
found
engage
Histo.
out bot side. Histo could just be caught out. 4 members strong, and Skald picks up their first kill of the game.
With Histo off the Rift for 30 seconds, they are going to get themselves Herald, but it will cost them Dragon number 3. So Vikings will be within sniffing distance of that feats of strength. 1 kill is going to be the difference maker, or even 1 neutral objective, which should be going down here to Guri. So it is going to come down to kills ultimately with that first tower going the way of Team Secret Wales.
Oof. Dragon should be an easy pickup as well. Yeah, soul point. They cannot contest it, and that is a rough spot to be in if you are Secret Wales. We did say the series is going to go 3-1. That was our prediction to call. Vikings only up just about 400 gold. Still feel like they have a bit of control in this game.
Absolutely. Soul point and an ocean at that makes things very, very problematic. And a great ward there. Imagine Sulong's the one that chucked that down. Cease and desist into the Glacial Fissure, into the Weaver's Wall. So everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Histo. Style picks up the kill. Herald dropped in the mid lane. Oh,
looks like
what a
they're going to
catch.
go for it. It's the nice disrespect. Guri saying, I want to go in, but Taki will not allow it. Now, Caddy as well. The flash stun is good. Killer Instinct is going to hold on. The taunts are even better. Flash over the wall. They spend even more than the kitchen sink, and they don't secure the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, Flash there for Guri. Was there for Histo, but just didn't matter due to the amount of CC that was thrown his way. So yeah, unfortunately, missed opportunity. They do drop so much to try and make it happen. But ultimately, Guri gets himself out, limps away, will heal back up in the jungle. And again, only so much found off the back of it. In fact, the mid tower still standing for Vikings, just for the moment.
Bit of a rough Rift Herald play too. You could see the vision, you could see that they were trying to make something play, and I feel like Taki was like, we can get this kill, and it just wasn't enough. Guri is pretty far ahead. Sundered Sky completed, definitely into the Phage, and the Merc Treads means they are pretty slippery. I'm going to be a little bit worried about that, especially when you are so reliant on locking these team members down. Guri can just slide away.
I think they spotted Guri there. They have to with that far sight, but I mean, realistically, Dire only the one way out as that cease and desist is online, but Guri's just looking to steal some camps away from his don't get himself back to his side of the rift. And you look at it, it was so darn close. A great catch there from Taki. Does take a little bit of damage. The Scattered Earth comes out as well, so Taki just has to wait, bide his time, flashes, gets the stun off into the wall. They drop everything, the taunt even, but Guri flashes away. Taki misses the ult. He just holds it for a second too long. And even then, I'm not even entirely sold that they get the kill onto Guri. He's pretty tanky at the moment.
Yeah, it's just not enough items on board. You have a Kraken, you're still working your way to a Ginsu's. You just don't have the agency yet for Secret Whales. But they will come online a little bit further on. I am now worried about this Corki. That one kill, they are only down about 2 waves, but they've got that Manamune. Once that's stacked, they're going to be packing a wallop.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 items, but the stacking, of course, and that is that Corki 2-item power spike that we so often see. And speaking of power spikes, Dire, Rod of Ages, 3 stacks away from finishing, has the Seraphs now, so is well and truly coming into his own as the big pirate Smurf. But you look at the other side, Cardi. Seraph's already done, has the Rylai's as well, and so is just going to stall out the tempo of a lot of these fights with those threaded volleys. Scattered Earth, but there you go. Gwynsu's done now for Eddie.
Big spikes locking in. Dragon 2 minutes away, but Atakan is down on this bot side, so this is where all your fights are going to be. And it is just the Vikings with the tower advantage in that mid that can alleviate so much pressure and early rotations. As you can see, 2 members, Sulong styled, holding off to the side. But feels like they are looking for a little bit of a reset. It's not worth starting the Atakan at this point. Like you said, it's that LCP curse. You start it, you're going to get it, but you're going to lose the fight regardless.
The redemption tempo stall. You love to see it. Pun is just going to be shepherding these mid waves in. In fact, is looking ahead top side even. Does have the TP, as does Kratos. So they will be matching at least for those top laners to get to this Atakan should a fight start up. Minute 20 on Sol for the Vikings. And unfortunately for them, Atakan is topside, so it's not going to be an objective trade that they can look to maneuver. So realistically, there is a fight brewing in the next minute 20.
And we do love a good fight, the scrappiness, the urgency. Oh, it's going to be a little bit too much for me. My weak heart might not be able to contain it, but the vision control from Vikings down to this bot side is phenomenal. That river could not be warded anymore. As they did start to hit it, but they had to back out a little bit. But looking for that good reset. Guri is going to get the reset probably by an item or 2. Black Cleaver's looking pretty strong here. I think they'll have the gold for it. And that is a big item spike for the Vi.
Absolutely. It just gives so much more power to Style as well in the team fights. And there you go. It's finished up very, very cleanly. So when they look to transition down to the spot side, and you can see Dire has been in charge of getting these waves shoved in. Eddie and Taki going to be the ones to start hitting it, but Sulong's here. Will get that ward down. No, he doesn't, in fact. It's a Team Secret Wales ward, but look, the collapse is coming.
The TP is there. It looks like they want to come in double TP as well, just a little bit too late as they want to try and take this fight. 4k health, the equalizer goes down. Weaver's wall as well, locking them out of the side. But can they lock down the Baron? Too much is actually the Atakan that is stolen away from Red. Vikings clean up this fight. No kills really going over us. Now they're looking over at Taki. Caught in a bad spot, and now the Dragon is their prize. They get the Atakan, they get the kills, and now they're looking at an Ocean Soul at 22 minutes.
You could not take any more off the back of that play. Atakan, Soul, and Feats of Strength go the way of the Vikings at the 23-minute mark. And Team Secret Wales looking in shambles right now. Eddie was just entirely zoned out by Atakan, and then an equalizer to boot. Taki trying to make a play for the team falls. And it's just disaster across the rift.
And it was just such a good way, and we're probably going to see a replay of it, of how they split the fight up as Secret Wales. They just got caught in totally different spots. The Weaver's Wall was perfection. Watch it here.
Yeah, just a great positioning there from Cardi. Look at him repositioning to try and get the right angle there. Kratos coming in the backside. Equalizer. Eddie's already half HP at this point. In fact, the Weaver's Wall kind of saving him here. The hero's entrance, there's just nothing. And all the while, Taki's just sitting on the backside on a ward that entire time.
Oh.
And Vikings make the call. They turn and burn. They get themselves the feats of strength. That is literally taking first, second, and third place by yourself.
And it's only 5 kills for this match, and it is still a 1.5k goal leaders. They're looking for a re-engage.
Oh
Guri wants to take out his zone. He's just getting melted. Where did the blue Smurf go? He went back to Smurfland.
Yeah, unfortunately for his though, just gets completely eaten there. The cease and desist power on show right now. It's a bleak situation for Team Secret Wales. And I mean, look, it would only make the series 1-on-1, so it's far from the end of the world. Very much feeling like they drafted themselves into a bit of a pit here.
The Galio, in theory, was looking so good. It's the counter pick. It makes a lot of sense, but it's just not had the effect we really wanted to see. The hero's entrance have been just a little bit too disjointed in the team fights, or, if anything, been a little bit too late to the team fight. It was a very stalled TP when they even saw that Kratos was already making their way down. So I feel like if it was maybe 2 or 3 seconds sooner, it might have been a different fight for the side of Secret Wales.
They also lack the setup. Unfortunately, no Wukong here for Histo. It would have been a phenomenal Wukong game for him. Having that setup for the hero's entrance into the middle of a team fight with the CC on top of it. And you can see they're looking for a collapse onto Pun here. Cardi, Guri, Xulong, all prepped and ready. Unfortunately, this Galio at this stage in the game does a pretty decent job of clearing those waves.
Yeah, Jack Show on top does make it a little bit easier, but securing a tower down on the bot side, not a bad consolation prize to losing the Pizza War, but the Baron's just started, because why not?
Unfortunately, he's no longer in the competition, but right now Team Secret Wales are, but just Taki just getting away there, baked out the Glacial Fissure, so that is not going to be available in the ensuing team fight if Team Secret Wales look to force something. Elder, 3 minutes, Baron live. It just could be a straight trade.
Oh, and it was very nice, but they can see that they are trying to walk back up. Have to be very careful for Rise. Dire just hit level 16, so the Realm Warp, I don't even think it's been really used yet to its best potential. I feel like they need to be able to get out of dodge or get into these team fights for a better position, because they're just being walked around the map. I want to see Secret Wales pull out something big. We need to see Taki make another flash play. We need to see the Killer Instinct get into the back line, and they need to lock down Styles. They can't do a bunch of damage in these fights.
Baron again, just being tickled. It's Style and Xulong. Not the fastest, but they are working their way through it. There's significant lack of vision as the wards have all been cleared. I don't know if Xulong stepped far out enough that it would have been seen, but the ping's coming down. Weaver's Wall to cut off. This is just going to be taken for free.
It's just gone. They didn't even know it was happening. The TP was too late from Rise. They can try to clean up this fight as Xulong here in a bad spot. They're trapped in a wall. Good flush in the wall, getting straight back in. Equalizer in a perfect spot. It is too much. Style just taking out Taki. They cannot get the damage done. Pun is trying to hold on, but this Kratos is massive. Flashing forward, he wants to burn them alive. It's a roaster because you cannot survive that one, Pun. And it looks like Vikings are just running away with this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, just an absolute heist at the Baron buff there from the Vikings. Every neutral objective has gone Vikings' way this game. Bar the grubs, which Team Secret Wales have not been able to utilize all that cleanly. Yeah, they've got the 2 towers to themselves, but it has just been chaos fight after chaos fight. And you look at it, it was just an absolute heist. There was limited no information. Even when they did finally figure it out, the Weaver's Wall completely cuts them off at the pass. I think Taki, if he drops the hammer here, there is a real avenue in for Team Secret Wales to collapse in. But unfortunately, flashes forward, gets the stun onto Style, who then immediately flashes himself out and away. All the while, Cardi pumping the damage out with Kratos. The Equalizer in a great spot. And from here, the fight is just completely routed. Eddie cannot get into it. I really put this down to Team Secret Wales drafting themselves into a hole.
Yeah, and it's not the hole that you want to be in. There's no ladder, there's no rope, there is no really coming back from this one at this point of the game. Yes, you're 5k down, but Vikings want to maintain the tempo. This is something I mentioned at the start of the night, is they need to be able to control tempo a little bit further. If they get it, they need to run away with it. This is them starting to push that. They've gotten all these objectives. How can they best use it? We'll have to see what they're going to do, as they are posturing very heavily. Weaver's Wall just to open up a bit of space. The Fisher,
no.
peak rage. Oh my god, Eddie! Nowhere to go. Realm Warp is there, but is it going to be enough? The still looks pretty low. Can Dai get the damage off as they're trying to knock them back? Sulong as well, very low. Dai gets the stopwatch. Look at Sulong, 1 HP over to the side. They still lock down Dyer, and Caddy now wants to do this damage. It was a good fight. It just wasn't good enough for Secret Wales.
Eddie had flash. Like, there was no reason to die there. At all. And ultimately Bates and the rest of the team, yeah, look, Dyer gets himself a kill, but realistically that's nothing, especially when Elder is now spawning. Unfortunately, barring Vikings as a 5-man unit running it into Team Secret Wales Fountain, this game is over.
And you've got V's now. 2 members on it, they're just sort of holding them back. And there is really nothing Histo can do. The mobility is just not there. There's no blast cone. You have flash, but is it going to be enough? Because it's a suicide mission to steal this Elder away. You can see the whole team is now trying to walk around, push Histo away, and Elder's gone. The flash is over, though. Oh, it's not enough. They do secure it. Vikings very happy to pick up this Elder, picking up 2 more kills there for Kratos. They are now online. The 2 swords are burning on fire. And now Eddie is next in line. Fisher is available. It does just miss. Eddie has to walk out. And just a rough game all over for Secret Wales. Vikings had their number in this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, when reading the mission brief, Team Secret Wales read it as stealth is the only option, not just an option. And they go completely quietly here this game. A couple of all-right look-ins, but for the most part, this entire game is just Vikings steamrolling them.
Oh, and even the equalizer, the Weaver's Wall. This is just to say, we want the space. You are not allowed to enter into anyone. Oh, the cancel knockback. Cease and desist into the back line. Dyer is now getting chunked out, walked out, and burnt alive as they're getting flicked, hit, and munched way too much. Eddie is now starting to pick up these kills, but can they do anything more as Histo's getting burned still? It's just absolute shellacking here, Panzer. They've picked up 3 for 1.
A classic VCS mollywomping, as they say. Taki dead as well. And I don't know what in the world happened, but Team Secret Wales give everything over to Vikings, completely uncontested. One of the quietest games they've had against another VCS team in this 2025 season. And we find ourselves at 1-1 in the series. The Vikings have fought bitterly to get themselves to this point twice. They have faced disappointment in the playoffs, much like the Secret Wales as well. But it seems that maybe, just maybe, the Vikings want it more.
I think at the same time, I think the Secret Wales need to start thinking maybe a slow game isn't the way we should be doing this. Kratos sitting very comfortably with a huge amount of gold and damage. It is so nice to see this top laner who we have known to be aggressive to be a bit more aggressive. But still, Caddy styled very comfortably. And it just felt like, what did Secret Wales do in that game? They just had 0 agency. They had 0 momentum. They could not get anything done.
I mean, the bit that I find the most perplexing, a Nocturne pick for Histo, I think would have gone absolutely crazy in this game. Get into the back line with the Paranoia, Hero's entrance on top, Realm Warp, and then of course just Eddie streaking on through. But I mean, it starts here. A great call from Taki, flashes in onto Sulong, they find themselves first blood. But then they just really don't do much of anything from here on out. I mean, you look at how far and few between the highlights are. The next one is Histo's level 10. Like, that is how much time has elapsed between highlight number 1 and highlight number 2. The game was just so unbelievably slow. It felt like a CFO game. That's how delayed and how stalled out it was.
And CFO seemed to know a better way of actually ending games, though. That's the difference. But it's still, Vikings had a little bit of the number, but they're looking to that Artican steal as well was phenomenal. Just so well played. The Hero's entrance just had 0 effect, and that was sort of their big make or break, is if we can stay in these fights for long enough, Hero's entrance can do it. And then this Baron steal was massive.
Yeah, I mean, this was a crazy strong read from the Vikings. They deny as much vision as possible. They started with Sulong and styled, and by the time Team Secret Wales get here, it's just already gone. Taki just melts in the face of this Vikings roster, and I think it was a really really odd call. Your best delivery system for the hero's entrance is a Poppy, who's not very tanky because you're building pretty much lock it into Redemption or vice versa. So you're not going to have the survivability. And I mean, I don't understand what the heck goes on here for Eddie. He has Flash. There is no reason for him to be clipped here by the Glacial Fissure. Like, it was just the most bizarre call. And then, yeah, look, Dyer comes in, gets himself a kill, but at the cost of just every sentence of potential defense they could have had here. It's a bizarre one. It's an odd one, Pike, but the series now tied up 1-1. I mean, look, we did call it 3-1. We did say it's likely to be a 3-1. Maybe off the back of that game, though, I'm wondering, could it be a 3-1 the other way?
Look, well, that's the thing, right? The Vietnamese teams, they love to be aggressive. We want to see if they can start to hold this line a little bit further. Can the Vikings really push this lead and say, all right, that was a good win. Can we take another win off the back of it? But I feel like Secret Wales, they've got a couple of picks up their sleeves that they could do some pretty nasty things with. So we're waiting on a Wukong. We're waiting on a Paranoia from that Nocturne. Who knows what we're going to pull out? But I'm excited to see what Game 3 is going to hold.
Unfortunately, we'll be waiting till tomorrow for a Wukong. The Fearless Draft means that it won't be making its way back on again, unfortunately. But
damn.
what we do know for sure, the series is tied 1-1. The stakes get infinitely higher. Vikings might look to find that redemption run they have been yearning for all year. Team Secret Wales in very much the same boat. When we come back after the break, who will take the lead out of Game 3? We'll find out soon.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside.
Oh!
Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
Oh!
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Pun in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第一座奖杯，意义的话很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
The next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here, and most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì thực sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
The true sticking point of a Viking, of course, is that he will fight until the bitter end, until he can swing his axe no more. And it's very much feeling like that might be the same attitude that the Vikings are bringing tonight. Pike, we go 1-1 in the series. We're headed to game 3. An interesting draft from Team Secret Wales in that last one. Definitely feeling like they hamstrung themselves.
Yeah, look, we were talking a little bit about it just in that short break, and it sort of just felt like the team just didn't have the cohesion that we wanted to see. Nothing really meshed. There wasn't any glue. You just had 5 pieces of a pot, and you couldn't hold the water together. So they lost the Ocean Soul at the same time. It just felt like they couldn't get it done, but substitutions coming in, but Hero coming in for Pun, which I think might be a good call. I feel like Pun was having a little bit of a rough time in that game, not really having an answer in this top lane.
I mean, Hero originally the starter for this Team Secret Wales roster for a good portion of this year. Obviously, they've had Stella in and out, who has unfortunately just, departed from the team as of now. Pun comes in for the season finals, has had a couple of decent showings, but Hero, for the most part, has been a very, very strong contender for this Team Secret Wales roster. Red side again. We are 3 for 3 now on red side starting picks for our series. And I mean, look, so far, red side has a 100% win rate, would you believe?
I can believe that, actually, Panda. That's ridiculous. But it still makes sense, the counter picks, the way that they're drafting these teams clearly have an idea of what they want to do and where they're going with these picks. Except for that last game where we just saw that Secret Wales didn't really know where they were going. But that's one game. That's one part of the draft out of 2 games where the rest of it felt pretty good. I'd like to see them play something a little bit more front to back. I feel like these fights are very much, it's all in or nothing. We need a little bit more of that front to back, but it's LCP though, Panda. It's scrappiness where we're looking for junkyard dogs.
That's exactly it. I mean, coming out of that last game, 15 games now in the playoffs, only 5 have been blue-sided wins. There is that much power, that much onus put on that counter pick going into these series, and especially coming into a game 3 where those champion pools have been dwindled somewhat. 10 champions per game, so 20 in total now banned out through the Fearless, and another 10 to go. So there will be 30 champions unavailable this game, Pike.
What would you like to see in this game? Like, what's a pick that's front of mind that you want to come through? Because you've got the J4, the Nico, Senna already taken out. What would you like?
I want to see Histos Viego. That thing has been a force unto itself in the jungle. For Dire, I mean, Azari has just been spectacular. I can literally just think of 4 different games where he's had, 8-1, 7-1s, 9-2s, like crazy scorelines with a lot of power coming out. Java Nico banned, Ambessa Senna, the response from Team Secret Wales. I mean, Sulong does have that deep pocket. There you go, Nocturne, this time banned away by the Vikings, given that we are getting that deep into the jungle champion pool.
Look, at the same time, we're still not seeing the Azir ban, so this could be a pick that both teams might be arguing for to see if they can lock it down, but at the same time as well, you got Annie available, which can set up these team fights. Ziggs being banned,
Okay.
tells me, yeah, what?
Okay, so this was a Vikings counter pick to the Azir. Every time, for the last couple of showings for them, they've seen an Azir, they've immediately picked the Ziggs into it. Because of that range disparity, Ziggs has just had so much more prio in lane, and they have absolutely dominated that matchup. But at the cost of Yunara getting through, will immediately be snatched up by Style. So you got to question yourself here for Team Secret Wales. Is Dire getting Azir worth the cost of Style getting Yunara?
Look, at the same time, Yunara, like, we're still on 25.17, so Yunara's in a good spot. There are champions to compare, but the Pantheon as well coming through. This is a really good lineup for Secret Wales.
Absolutely. That Grand Skyfall power, being able to get either into those side lanes to even out the odds or create an overmatch or get into the back lines and just sow chaos, is going to be absolutely invaluable, of course. The response from Vikings, I mean, we have whittled away at a significant portion of the champion pool. Skarner, Figuri, tanks not really been all that high in the prio list in the season finals, and then Hui in the mid lane for Cardi. So 2 champions that we've not seen for a wee while.
Look, and Skarner's been a bit of a weird one, right? They haven't really been hugely meta, but they are just like a meaty frontline. Get a Heartsteel online, start getting those stacks, and you can still get so much impact from the Impale. I just don't know how I see it working in this. Yes, you're versing a Pantheon, and you're going to survive these fights a little bit more in the 1v1s, but a Gwen instantly locked in for top lane. Skarner's not going to survive half these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret Wales have a crazy, scary draft, and you saw him on our cameras in our last series. This man is hedging all his bets right now. He's got a Viking sign, a CFO jacket, and a PSG Talon jersey.
If you're gonna go for it, you go for everyone at the same time. He's just an LCP fan, is what I'm seeing, and I'm here for it. Let's keep this guy on the camera. Let's get him on the cast even, see what he has to say. But we're in second ban phase now anyway, Panda. Jack's being taken off the board. We're going to be looking a little bit more towards that top lane for the side of Secret Wales, but 80 carries. Varus was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's a pretty consistent counter into the Gwen. Does very, very well, and Varus on this comp for Team Secret Wales for Eddie would have just had crazy value. You look at all that frontline damage, having lethality Varus in the back line would have just gone absolutely ballistic. Jace taken away from Kratos, denying a lot of those strong matchups into the Gwen. The problem here, and look, unfortunately, he's not here this weekend due to health issues, at least for tonight and tomorrow. Jhin is opening itself up as an option for Team Secret Wales, and I don't rate it with a Skarner in play. especially given that you could look for something like the Scion for Kratos in the top lane. Yeah, look, it's going to have a rough matchup into the Gwen, but when it comes to teamfight time, providing that front line for the Yunara is going to be infinitely valuable. But they actually opt for a ban, denying the Bard away from Taki.
Look, and there's a couple more options you could talk about for the AD carry here, and I'd be surprised if they didn't lock it down now, just so they could have something. But you got Xayah still, which is a bit of safety in lane. You do have other champions that are sort of like the Ezreal as well, like if you want to be able to jump out of the way and survive. But Misfortune seems to be, we want a team fight, and we're going to blast them with bullets.
Yeah, I mean, another champion that has been somewhat underwhelming in the second half of the LCP season, but still has that potential value. Brom off the board means that you don't have those traditional tools to deny Pantheon in pocket for Hizdo. So that bullet time, if given the room to work, is going to find a crazy amount of value. Rel picked up here for Sulong. So team fight time getting very, very scary for the Vikings in the top lane. I mean, what do you want here? I mean, you go the tank route, you've got the ore, and you play for the late game potentially. Because you don't really have anything all that great. Potentially a Gragas would be the other one that does somewhat all right into the Gwen, and even then, it's not phenomenal.
Aatrox?
Aatrox there you go, you called it right on the money.
Yeah, like it makes the most sense, right? Like it's still a bit of a bruiser. You got that World Ender, you have a bit more survivability. You have a Skarner as a frontline, plus a Rel that wants to start the engage. You need something that's going to do a little bit of AD damage, but besides Yunara, and Hui's going to sit super far back. So yeah, Aatrox is the clear choice. And if I'm looking at a support, it has to be something with a bit more counter engage too. Like a Nautilus still comes to mind. Leona, perfect.
Classic circle theory. Unfortunately, the circles aren't all that great on either side, but one of them is just a big cone-shaped circle for Eddie, and paired with the Misfortune. I mean, this is an iconic combo. Back to the good old days in the early stages of League of Legends. But you look at it, a Skarner and an Aatrox. Going to be a little bit hard to get to. If Sulong finds an avenue onto Eddie, that bullet time is not going to have a huge amount of value. But both teams have a lot of strength.
Now, do you know the other theory that plagues League of Legends pro scene as well here, Panda, is that sometimes the team with the newest champions is going to win. You got a Yunara, you still got a Hui, they're fairly new champions. All you really have on the side of Secret Wales is that Gwen. It's like, I have a feeling the Yunara could be a big difference maker in this bot lane too. Depends if they can get on lane fast enough.
Unfortunately, it seems you've forgotten the Mel era. It did not go all that well here in the LCP. In fact, she pretty much nosedived off a cliff. I think she had one good game, and then from there it was pretty much over. So new champions, seemingly kind of irrelevant in the LCP. It is all about the powerhouse, and going into the skin game, the classic, the Azir vanilla skin is just that good. We consistently see it in the mid lane.
Is it that good though? There's some pretty good
skins. It's a
tradition
now,
Azir?
unfortunately.
Is it? Well,
in
that's
the
fair
mid
enough.
lane.
I can't argue with that.
You look at the likes of Vega, he's not played anything but that vanilla. The only one in the LCP that really plays a skin is Maple at the moment. On the Azir.
What skin though?
He's run Elderwood, I think, most frequently.
That's pretty good. I can't argue with that. Good on you, Maple.
Oh,
well
my.
done. But we'll see you in another game later on. But yes, we're in game number 3, Panda. It's do or die as both teams 1 for 1 in this series. We'll have to see if they're going to try and lock down this next win to take them to match point. But still, it's a bit of a dicey game. I feel like it's going to be a slow burn once again.
You would have thought coming into a game 3 that some of the edge might have been taken off from the crowd, but there was a lot of intensity coming off of the crowd chant there, at least in the first half. Going through the skin game. Oh, Skarner. What a rough road that champion's had in terms of skins.
It's a Scorpion, man. What can you really do with it?
Look, there's options. There is definitely options. Unfortunately, he sort of got a reskin, much like Xin Zhao has just had. So I think they've just counted that as extra skins. The vanilla ones are just extra anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, at the moment, bot side start for both junglers. So they are going to be looking to potentially impact that top lane. But in this lane matchup, there is going to be a little bit of natural bully potential for Eddie and Taki.
Yeah, Style, as we know, has to get those 8 stacks online to really sort of be able to do anything. But yeah, Yunara is very much that classic. You need to have a couple items on board. You need to be about 2 items deep. In this game, I wouldn't be surprised if they were looking. They could go Kraken, but I wouldn't be surprised if they look for like a Bork even as well. We have seen it done before, where you do get a little bit of that lifesteal and a bit of survivability. They're rushing for that level 2. They could be looking for a play.
Oh, but they've been jumped
Double
on.
engaged. Baki wants to go back in, but now you're just hitting a Leona, and it's a very tanky Leona still, only a level 2.
Decent damage there onto Style in the mid lane. It is going to be a bit of a rough matchup for Dire. Just the pushing power that Hui has early compared to this Azir. It's going to take a little bit for Dire to be able to match. And then, of course, just that long-range threat that Hui will have when it comes to team fight time later on down the line. There is potential problems on the horizon.
It's also those fears as well, being able to stifle just a little bit more if Azir wants to sort of Shurima shuffle away. You have to be very careful of how you shuffle, because the fears will just cause so much. But again, as well, we're looking at the top side, Aatrox versus Gwen. How do you expect this matchup to go?
I mean, historically, it has been a rough road for the Aatroxes unless they find themselves a couple of team fights. And Kratos, for the most part, has been one of the best at piloting this Aatrox. So I imagine he's going to find his avenues. Unfortunately, here on Gwen, again, another champion that he's been very, very comfortable on and has dominated the top lane matchups for the most part.
And we know Kratos to be one of those very aggressive players too, loves to get into these fights, loves to make an impact. But now as well, you can see Pantheon already heading up to the top side. They're looking at the scuttle. Caddy is here, but it might just have to be a give. There's 2 members. The early rotations do give out, but Dire looking for the counter fight. As Guri is there, the good fear comes out. Here's Toe, well below half health. He'll be very cautious, but they could be trading it over as Dire's doing a really good job just poking at this Scorpion.
Yeah, I mean, those lethal tempo stacks coming up. It was a great idea for the most part from Vikings trying to get that prio on the top scuttle, but Hizto, look at him, he's already beelining down. And Guri, with the support of Taki coming through, will be completely forced off. Both scuttles go in the way of Hizto, and I mean, that is just every jungler's dream.
This is a different Secret Wales we're looking at right now. Last game, they were like, oh, we can give the scuttles. It's fine, guys. Don't even worry. But they were saying that for every single objective. Now they're saying, we don't give them anything. This is our game to win. So I love this little change of pace that we're seeing out of Secret Wales, even in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, even that top lane matchup, a little bit more aggression than we were seeing out of Pan down in the bot lane, though.
Big fight. Style has to go for that heal. Cleanse was burnt too, so they really got engaged hard on, and now Hizto as well, looking at this Scorpion well deep in the enemy jungle. They could look for a rotation up, but they have to be careful of the re-engage. Style now walking in fast. Nice little pull back in. The flash goes out. Hizto now gets the first blood instead, and a beautiful fight from this jungler.
Hizto solo bolo onto Guri. Even with support there, it was too little too late. A great flash out allows them to secure the kill, and with Taki rotating over, it means that Vikings cannot contest at all. Style goes for an early back to get himself that recurve boat. Down a few CS, not the be-all and end-all by any stretch of the imagination, but you can see those leads starting to develop themselves around the rift for Team Secret Wales.
And that's the little leads that they want to take, especially if you're a Misfortune. You want to have a bit more control over the lane. If you can negate any sort of win con for a Yanara early, they are shut out until they get those items, like I said before. So the heal and the cleanse used there definitely saved them from the kill, but Hizto securing this first blood was so big for this jungle matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the skirmishing power of a Pantheon. Even in the early stages, you look at it, Conqueror stacked up, flashes away from the slow, gets the follow-up stun, and just obliterates Guri. And there's just no sticking power. Yanara at this stage in the game is not a real fighter, not a real skirmisher. And Taki looking for angle in the mid lane.
Oh, Shurima shuffle, not going to get it done as the Empress Defies, still going to get hit with the fear, but there's so much engage coming back in, and I think Dire is just obliterated.
A perfect bait there from the Vikings. I don't know if they were aware that Taki was in the vicinity, but they must have had an inkling, and they play it to perfection. Knew that Dire was going to be looking for the Shurima shuffle and just told everything, wait. Cardi spiraling despair out in response. You have the support, and it allows them taking that pro. Will get themselves Dragon #1. And exactly what you're looking for Cardi.
It's such a nice pick and a really good call as they're looking for a little bit more. Trying to get the engage back, but Style so low again, really being shunted out of this game. 54 CS on Eddie, over to 40, which is on Yanara. So we'll have to see. Let's watch the Shurima shuffle again.
It looks so clean to start off with, but Cardi holds the flash, gets out, the fear lands, a spiraling despair to boot, and with Guri and Sulong there, it is just Dire, all but dead. There is no escaping, unfortunately. Cardi rotating down into the bot side, going to give that mid lane over to Style, just provide a little bit more security. Grand Skyfall!
Pantheon, Grand Skyfall, but it's not going to be enough. The slow is really well placed, and it was just trying to get that pressure.
Unfortunately, no real attempt at a dive to be made. Eddie does have 6. And I think this is a great call from the Vikings. They've consistently been the ones to rotate their bot lane style or Shogun into the mid lane to take some prio. Now going to look to potentially transition up into the top side. I mean, that was their big strategy in season kickoff, is they love the lane swap with their bot lane duo into the mid lane, and it really threw a lot of teams off.
Well, with Void Grubs up in 20 seconds, nice to have their AD carries up in this top side too. Vikings really sort of changing their pace now as well. Yes, it's 1-1 kill, and yes, they're down about 500 gold, but we didn't really see them making big proactive plays towards the top side, so we're starting to see that flip of the script, and I'm here for it. We'll have to see if they can pull off the plays, though.
Absolutely. Right now, I mean, bullet time up and available. Solar Flare's not quite there, but with the power that is available, with Hero and his still on this top side, these grubs should be pretty free. I don't know if there's actually a real way for Guri to comfortably contest this, but you look at it. 6 is online, all the ultimates available for the Vikings at the moment. Unfortunately, the quintessential, the iconic red side support lagging behind at 5 still. They will give over that 3rd grub, so they won't take all 3, but they do get the progress towards the feat of Monster Slaying.
That's not the end of the world, unfortunately. Neither team really has... both teams would like to have all 3 Void Grubs, but I wouldn't say it's absolutely essential. But still, nice pickup. They still secured 1, taking it away. It's always good to see Vikings still trying to be a little bit proactive. And now we can see a little bit of a rotation coming up from Kratos. Could be found out by Dire, but just trying to secure that good early deep vision.
I mean, unfortunately for Kratos, not really the build path you wanting to look for early, having that Hex Drinker. But you look at the leads. Kratos doing his best to keep that lane close. Unfortunately for Style, it could be anything but 26 CS lead now for Eddie. Has that cull to boot, so this gap gets worse and worse as the game progresses from this point on.
It's going to get even rougher the section. You get that Bloodthirster online, the healing for Misfortune. Eddie's just going to be loving every single team fight. And if there's not early healing reduction on the side of Vikings, it's just going to be free damage, and it's going to suck.
Very much so. As it stands, we are a minute 46, 45 out from the next Dragon, so there will be that, again, quintessential lull period where it's just going to be farming. We don't see all that often. At the moment, anyway, teams looking for those aggressive plays. Xulong, speaking of, will be
charging up, but nowhere to go. A little bit of a lull state that we always seem to enter into here at the LCP, but that's okay, because we're just going to talk it out. Sums are still looking pretty good across the board, so they're definitely looking at this Dragon as the next major objective. Vision control is definitely in the way of Secret Whales as they are covering this bot side jungle. You get the early rotations too from Dire. We'll have to see how they're going to play this one, or how we're going to see Vikings respond.
I mean, Team Secret Whales again getting gold where they can around the rift. Another plate going down over to Eddie. So he's sitting pretty happy, up about 700 gold. The lead across the rift, sitting just shy of 1,000 in favour of Team Secret Whales. And it will just tick over that as they get themselves yet another plate. I mean, just the amount of prio that they have around the rift at the moment is a little bit concerning for the Vikings.
But it's not do or die just yet. It's still only about a 800 so 1,000 gold lead heading over to Secret Whales as shoves across the board. TP already being used down to this bot side. It is actually a Zia, but actually that's a double TP. That's a Leona coming in for a cheeky little side back gank. Let's see if they can lock down Kratos. World Ender's already been popped. There is an available arc coming out potentially from Dire, but no, Taki's just taking a couple hits and they just force the World Ender.
Yeah, they get it out before the Dragon spawns too. Hold the Solar Flare even. So big team fighting ultimate still available for Team Secret Whales, and Kratos is going to be suffering somewhat when it comes to team fight time. For now, I think realistically, you've got your first Dragon. Vikings probably just gives this one over. There's no reason to fight.
Straight back in. They're going for it. Caddy taking a half health. Histo taking a lot of damage. Has to flash. But putting the damage onto the rest of the team. The Empress Divine just did not hit its mark, and they pick up Dire for their trouble. Guri locking it in. The TPs were used. But a disaster play for Secret Whales. They fumbled everything.
Oh, they were in such a good position. They had that prio. They had those big team fighting ultimates to look for this Dragon, but for some reason, they just force down on the bot side. looking for an angle onto Kratos for some reason, and they drop everything. Grand Skyfall, Solar Flare, Emperor's Divide. When realistically, there wasn't a huge amount of kill threat. I mean, Kratos still had the flash. Just a bizarre turn of events.
Actual disaster.
Oh, it was Cardi they were looking for, sorry. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, he flashes away. Even then, it's too far spread. Team Secret Whales aren't actually in a close enough position, and then for some reason, out of desperation, Dire just full commits, unable to do it with the flash away. This is a bleak looking for Team Secret Whales. They're a team that is used to being in the driver's seat for the most part. They're not used to playing off the back foot.
That comes down to being the difference between a great and a good team, right? Especially at this pro level, is you can be a good team and you can play and know how to take a good lead and push out a game. But if you can't learn to play from behind, especially as a unit, that's a different story. That is where great teams are made. And that is what we need to start seeing from Secret Whales if they want to take this series. Because right now, it's just not looking convincing. We had high hopes for them. I'm just not convinced anymore.
Yeah, they do seem to suffer, unfortunately, a little bit of a fall-off when it comes to playoffs time. I mean, in saying that, the team fight is definitely still there for Vikings.
It is.
Sorry, Team Secret Whales, rather. If they find themselves a good Solar Flare into an Emperor's Divide, Hero and Eddie can just run rampant, of course. And it is still only 14 minutes or so in. So it is far from appropriate to call them out of it just yet. But if they're making these desperation plays at this stage in the game, hopefully someone, that voice of reason for the team, is just calming everyone down and getting them back in it.
Who would you put that on, actually? Who would be their voice of reason,
Taki,
do you think?
Captain Taki for Team Secret Whales. He's seemingly one of the more level-heeled players in this roster.
I can feel it, you know. You can watch the gameplay and you can almost experience that they're saying, "No, guys, let's relax." If you're able to hold a Solar Flare, it's like playing Yasuo and not throwing out a wind wall and hitting your last breath. Like you just are calm enough. So nice to see that Taki is trying to help the team reset a little bit more. I want to see Hero get a little bit more proactivity in this. Yes, you're playing Gwen. Yes, you want to scale up and get that Nash's Tooth probably next online. But I want to see them starting to join up in team fights, start looking for these objectives. We do have a Dragon up in a minute, but it is a Rift Herald in 20 seconds, which is where my eyes are looking next.
Absolutely up on that top side. Tempo very much having stalled out here for Team Secret Whales as things even up. And unfortunately, Eddie has not been able to join a team fight at all. He's still up 700 gold, but that lead is very much matched in the mid lane. He's almost got that cult. 11 stacks off. Herald spawning now, of course. You look at it again, Yunara, that mid to late game monster that she can be, has the Kraken Slap. Will only continue to get stronger.
Hurricane next on the chopping block, but I think a little bit of mobility will be quite useful in this case too, because you do want to get that ultimate off. You want to be dashing around, getting a little bit more impact, but Rift Herald is up. 4 members aside. There's the Grand Skyfall coming in early, trying to lock down one. Style is the name of the game, but beautiful damage. The fear was too much. They're able to pick up Cardi though. Look at Eddie getting it done, but they still locked it down. Skarna, Guri holding the line, and now Kratos coming in with the World Ender, doing all the damage. Look at Style getting it done, and a huge play for Vikings. They ran that fight.
They will take prior around the Herald. I mean, it looked like a great shout-in until you take into account Sulong with that Magnet Storm. Catches his dart on the way down and means that they just cannot find a reliable avenue in onto Style. And it looked like it was going to be the opening that Team Secret Whales needed, but it just completely turns to chaos. The bullet time only landing on Cardi. Oh dear, it's going to be a bleak replay. You look at it, Grand Skyfall. Going to be dropped here into the back line. They're looking for Style, but Sulong, Magnet Storm, boom, catches his dough, denies him the avenue in. The bullet time only on Cardi there. So the 3 other members of Vikings all but untouched. And then from there, they're able to collapse in on Dire. Again, well behind enemy lines, can't do anything. Taki as well, just making sure that Eddie gets himself out. And what was a minuscule lead, well, it's still only a minuscule lead, but it's kills going where you don't want them to.
Well, that's it, right? Like I was going to say, you want to have most of those kills over on the side of Style and get this Yunara a little bit more fed, but giving a kill sort of spread amongst the team just gives everyone that little bit of a boost. Yes, it's probably not ideal, but it's going to be good for the overall state of the game, which means they can get a couple more items. You're already seeing things fully locked down here, including that Maw of Malmortius, which I feel like it's questionable. Caddy could be caught out. Solar Flare hits. The needles are coming in, and they are just blasting it forward. Caddy could actually get out here. No way do you survive this.
Hero's
you
got
have
flash.
1 HP.
He's got flash.
No way do you survive this. The flashes go forward, and it is picked up by Hero. Good secure.
Oh, that was a bit dicey. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, look, you get the flash out of Cardi. There's value in that. Hero going to be dropped in the mid lane as Dragon number 3 has spawned. Unfortunately, you don't have your reliable tools like the Trundle or the Talia, but yeah, it just gets the charge off. So it's not going to give Vikings, I think, the time that they were hoping for in starting up this Dragon.
Ultimates are starting to come back up online too, Panda. Dragon is up. This is the Soul. It is a chem tech. We have to be careful. Either team would like a little bit more survivability at the end of the day, but looks like Secret Whales want to start this one up and get a little bit more control. Kratos is in the back line. It's a beautiful pincer movement. They're looking to turn this fight. Kratos is the target. World Ender has been popped, but can they survive a little bit longer? 2k health heading over to the Dragon. If they can lock it down, beautiful secure heading over to Secret Whales. Now they need to survive the fight. They think it is just Taki as the fresh meat. They're giving over the kill just to survive for another day.
Poor Taki, the sacrificial lamb.
Ooh, I was going to say, they could be looking for a dive here. Dire in a pretty big predicament spot, but the whole team, they are pinging for it. They're saying we need the support, but no, they're looking up at his toe. Beautiful Impale. It's going to be too much, and it's a huge turn of events. Guri picking up another kill. Dire needs to clear these waves out. You got 4 members. Empress Divine is not going to be enough to save you today. A double kill for Guri. The Skana, which we doubted, is well online. 5-1-3.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it seems that Team Secret Whales cannot escape that playoffs curse for some reason. They just seem to crumble when it comes to crunch time. And I mean, I think realistically, if they just made that call to collapse down onto Kratos, there is a very real avenue where they could potentially then pivot back up on the top. So realistically, they needed to make a call one way or the other. And all it realistically does is mean that Taki goes down for a Dragon, and it's only the first Dragon to boot. And then from there, Dire is just stuck under the tower. Histo as well gets caught because Guri just sneaks into that brush. Oh, he doesn't even sneak. Histo just loses his mind, jumps in on him.
Yeah, I think he didn't know where he was sort of looking. He was trying to keep Dire alive and at least hold on to this tower, but it just wasn't the call. Guri read them like a book and just said, this is a free 2 kills.
Somehow the Skana is 5-1-3 now. I mean, not really where you want your goal to go, but he's just finished his unending despair, which means he's even harder to kill in these team fights. And the assist is still ticking on over. This is a far cry from, once again, what we've come to expect from Team Secret Whales when it comes to regular season.
Vikings putting in the work. They're sailing dangerous waters, but it's waters they've navigated before. I'm looking at this Yanara now too. Kraken and a Hurricane locked in for this champ. Same on the other side, Misfortune. Yes, up so much CS with that Bloodthirster and a Collector as well. I feel like the Collector might not get as much use as it should, considering this Skana is so big.
I mean, they also just have not found an avenue where Eddie gets a good bullet time off. Yeah, he gets one off on Cardi on that top side fight, but then they just all immediately die because Style, Shilong, and Guri were just completely untouched through all of that because all their focus was on the Hui. This is, I mean, they are completely losing composure this series. Oh, Dire, no.
TP coming in. Dire has just been the focus this whole time. It's a no-skin winning war as they are just going to flash away and survive to live another one.
Flash from Impale. Team Secret Whales, though, will take that prio. Seeing Guri up on the top side to start this Artican. TP's coming down, but Guri is a well way off.
They need to be careful of this one. Yeah, no smite available as they are going to start walking in. Look at Dire trying to hold off Kratos on the backside. They do secure the Artican. It is picked up. Solar Flare onto the top side too, as they're looking for one. Hero locking down Caddy. Now they're looking at Sulong, who is trying to do a little bit more, but Taki and Hero are so low. And he's starting to pick up these kills. That's their engage. That's a bullet time with an Empress Divine on the back. But look at Guri. Look at Style. They can clean up these fights if they really want to. But the tower does hold them a little bit longer. Hero is being chased down by Style. And it's not what you want to see from a Gwen running away from a Yanara, but the Artican's been secured.
Yeah, I mean, that was a brilliant play, just not respecting the potential of a TP play out of Dire to get down on the bot side. Unfortunately, the bullet time again off the mark. Style is looking to try and take this tower with Guri's help, and they will be able to do it. Just not worth sticking around, potentially lose out. Unfortunately, they don't even get it there. But Style clears those waves crazy quickly.
That felt like they were hitting it, but there was no damage going on to it. I don't know what just happened.
Pavilion wave.
They got the tower.
And I mean, it was a decent look at. You get the flash out of Dire. He is unfortunately a little bit immobile if he doesn't have that dash off, but shows himself onto the top side. If they get that kill, 100% worth. But unfortunately, they don't die. Then TP's down onto the bot side. Kratos is TPing to the tower, so it's just too far away. You look at the ward that he potentially had for a flank angle here. But because Sulong and Guri are just so far detached from the team, it doesn't look that good at all. They jump in onto Cardi, completely blow him up with the combo of Solar Flare and the Needlework. But his don't. Look at the damage he takes. A Magnet Storm comes out onto Eddie, who's just been eaten, unfortunately. And the bullet time, yeah, just completely off the money. Even if he hadn't flashed away, Kratos actually wasn't getting hit by it there because the Emperor's Divide pushed him and bounced him off the wall.
And not exactly what you want to see. Again, we want to see Secret Whales being a little bit more cohesive. Again, it's another big word we keep using. It's scrappy, but it's not cohesive. We want to see them coming together a little bit better, landing these good combos as there is a dragon available. They look for a fight as Dire going straight on in there. Empress Divide onto 3. The bullet time hits its mark. Guri is the last one standing us down there, looking at Star, who's able to get the damage off. The double kill is good, but a huge play from Secret Whales.
That is the exact play you're looking for. 3 members caught by the Emperor's Divide. The Shurima Shuffle, forcing them all to stick around in that bullet time. Finally, Eddie gets his uptime in a team fight and completely wipes Guri and Cardi and Sulong off the floor. They get themselves a Chemtech Dragon to boot. I mean, look at it. It looked dicey. It looked like it was the catch of all catches from Guri. Dire sends it in. Guri somehow catches him on the tail end of that dash. Does not get the stun though. And that's what allows that Emperor's Divide to go off. And they follow it up with a massive cleanup. A double kill for here. Unfortunately, Style still, it's very hard. It needs to be respected. Oh, he's just died. Style has just died. Him and Eddie, they both. Oh, Lord, was this a fight to the death? Honorable ADC fight to the death.
Only in the LCP will you find that kind of action.
Oh, no, our bot laners in the LCP just love to fight. Oh, it was. It was just an honorable ADC fight to the death. Oh, no. Okay, no, never mind. It was a snipe from the jungler and from the top laner. Scumbags.
How dare they? They betrayed the rules of the fight. This was like an honorable fight where they said, we both get 1 pistol, and that's all we get. Who wins? And then it was just stolen by the viewers, and that's just atrocious behavior.
Oh, well.
It happens.
The classic LCP gold graph roller coaster.
Ooh. Again, it was looking so good for Vikings right up until that last little fight and that huge play that Dire was able to lock down for his team. But now the gold, yes, in their favor. We'll have to see if they can carry it a little bit more, as this is the team that has been sort of struggling as we get to these mid to late games in the last couple games too. Long games.
Oh, okay. Well, it is a Void Staff third for Heroes, so not the Bloodletter's Curse, which we've come to expect. So somewhat diminishing overall damage output. There's plenty of value that Dire would have got out of a Bloodletters, but I mean, taking stock of the game state. Sundered Sky, more finish for Kratos. 2 items as well as that Unending Despair is finished off, and he's working towards the junk shows for Guri. Blackfire in the Horizon Focus, and then of course IE being worked towards for Style. But the big talking point, of course, Eddie, Mortal Reminder finished. Still a wee ways off that Infinity Edge, and I mean, look, he's going to cut through Guri, but that IE really is such a difference maker for the Misfortune.
Yeah, it's a bit of a... I feel like it is smart itemization, and these are the games you have to be a little bit smarter with how you're doing it. You need to get that healing cut. I think the Void stuff is actually a good call. You have that more of Malmortius. You got a lot of AP magic resistance over on the side, especially on Guri. You need to get through this tank, and I feel like Gwen is really the only one that can snip through it.
Absolutely. Gold leads fairly evened out across the rift. 1600 up in the top lane is pretty much matched by 9 and 600 gold respectively for Guru and Cardi. But you can see both teams spoiling for a fight at this stage in the game. Baron's alive, but very rarely are you going to see that taken at this stage of the game. It requires a little bit more setup. We're a wee way off from either team's third dragons, but Vikings have maneuvered themselves up into this top side, will get themselves the tier 1 top lane, finally cracking open that top side of the rift, giving themselves a little bit more freedom.
And it's always nice to see as Kratos is down here too, trying to take on Hero, but big fights being taken. Clearing out the wards, Histo could have been caught a little bit well, and it's a 2v1. Sorry, that's a 3v2 because here comes Stard and Sulong. It's actually a 3v3 as we saw Eddie trying to make their way down, and they have just reset because they saw it was not a fight they wanted.
The damage that Hero is doing to these objectives. The towers, you look at it, he gets down to half HP. A pretty quick, smart time period. And if he's given that time in the side lanes again, realistically, that's a tier 2 going down. Oh, Grand Skyfall.
Skyfall is going to be good. They've picked up Guri. They need to lock down a little bit more as there's the Solar Flare. Does just miss its mark. The TP is coming in. Could be a dangerous spot for Hero as they do have to disconnect.
Luckily, the Shroud there gives that immunity, means that he can get away. It was a bold call. I don't know if the Scorpion's the one you're really looking for initiation onto those fights with Grand Skyfall down and the Solar Flare as well. You are going to struggle to find that lockdown onto Style. 30 seconds to the Dragon. I mean, neither of those objectives are, neither of those ultimates rather, are going to be up. So there is a significant lack of team fight out of Team Secret Wales, barring a miracle streamer shuffle from Dire.
Look, and with both objectives up on the board, Baron on the top side, Dragon, 15 seconds on the clock. Both teams want to secure that soul point. We'll have to see where the attention's going to go as they are just fighting it out in this mid lane. Where do you think the focus needs to go? As they go for the engage, can be caught out, stuck in the wall. The Impale is good. They do lock it down. And it's an easy pickup as now Kratos wants even more. Hero being taken off the board means so much damage taken away as they go back in. Shurima shuffled the Imprison Divide is good. The bullet time even better. It does pick up one. Style their damage carry is going to get taken out as well. Kratos in the back line taking out Eddie. But now they're trying to do a little bit more. Look at Caddy. He's gone too. Here comes the Sands Monster getting it done. And it is just your tanks available left. And a huge play for Secret Wales.
A 2 for 2. And it looked like that went a bit awry there. Honestly, I thought for sure that Vikings had found an opening. Style has that Infinity Edge, so he hits incredibly hard, but he jumps aggressively into the red buff pit and then gets immediately locked down by Histo, which allows the bullet time to go off. Eddie does then get collapsed on by Kratos, of course, but I mean, that is it. If you can keep Style out of a fight, it's a lot of damage that will be lacking for the Vikings. Dragon number 3 for Team Secret Wales, 5th rather in total. And you look at it, Hero just dashing forward to his death. Unfortunately, was unaware of it. A great catch there from Sulong. Flash Magnet Storm into the Impale and just locked down for his entire health bar. They then look for Eddie. They could have just taken the one and backed off, but unfortunately, just a little bit greedy as Style flashes or jumps forward, flashes into the wall even.
Oh.
And all the while, Eddie's still, look at the damage Eddie's still getting out throughout that fight even.
The anti-heal's still locking it down, and I feel like getting onto this back line, Taki just holding down everything they can, stopping any sort of reaction in the back line is so nice to see. I've been waiting for Dire to really come online, and that felt like the first signs of life that, yes, he can still be focused a little bit, but he can still get things done.
Oh, they're looking for Taki there, but he pops the ghost.
Oh, straight on in. Eddie is the target. He's just obliterated.
Yeah, just not respecting that potential. All the while, though, Dire in the bot lane has taken a tier 2 and is looking to take even potentially a tier 3 here. Hero just trying to delay. That is all it is. Slow this Vikings retreat down, and you can see Taki even getting involved, but the TP coming through.
TP. He's going for the back. He's looking for the flank as now Baron is down to 7k health. Starfall is good. They're looking for Style, but Taki's just gone. Empress Divide hits again. It's just too much heat. Histo picks up Style. They're trying to get everything they can here. Histo is just getting it done onto Kratos. Yes, you are the world ender, but you are versing a lady with needles who will still mince you down. They're trying to pick up Guri.
Hero.
This is the power of when Histo can keep going forward. Sulong is trying to hold on, trying to keep them back, but they still cleans it up. 3 for 3.
A 4 versus 5 that ultimately goes Team Secret Wales' way. 10,000 damage in that team fight alone from Hero. And they're going to look to start up the Baron for themselves. There is no one here to respond. Guri is dead. There is no contest whatsoever. They get the tier 3 even in the bot lane. Dire plays that fight magnificently, gives up his life for the success of the team. Team Secret Wales, it looks dicey, but this is just so clean. Taki giving his life as every true support should, allows that opening in onto the back line. Everyone gets collected by that Emperor's Divide. Style dies immediately, so again, the majority of their damage is gone. All the while, Hero has just won the 1v1 against Kratos, then comes in and does what Gwen does best, which is just ruin the day of every tank champion she sees.
That's exactly what we wanted from this Gwen. I said about halfway through this game, we need to see Hero get some damage done and be in these team fights. That is the moment I was waiting for, and they did not disappoint. I'm looking forward to how much more they can do. Again, the roller coaster is hitting that steep decline. We might be coming for a big loop-de-loop in just a minute.
It was far from clean. It looked pretty shaky in all honesty. But a big, big contest there from Team Secret Wales. They're sitting on Soul Point, 1:40 till they can claim Chemtech Soul. Not the best, but definitely not the worst when you got 4 of them. Look at how hard Eddie's hitting now with that Infinity Edge. Just chewing through these neutral objectives. Gets caught, and still somehow Team Secret Wales are able to turn that on a dime. And Hero could not have come in at a better moment for this team.
And they're now looking to siege up on top side too. Not a huge amount of commitment here, but they do still have that Baron. They need to hold on to it and make a little bit more proactive plays. You can see Dire still in the mid, pressuring very heavily. It's either do they commit over to Dire in mid, or do they stay up top side and lose a tier 2?
They send Style over. Remember, Dire's already got that tier 3 tower in the bot lane. He does not have the Baron because he died in the thick of things, obviously. So not having quite the same pushing power.
A good little reset coming out. We're going to see some more items and gold. Look, Eddie hasn't even finished tier 2 boots yet. They've full bygone it and just said, oh, now they have, but only just now.
Not the most necessary. Guardian Angel, though, for Style, which means that when it comes to teamfight time, they're going to dump everything onto him. He can then come back and look to try and turn things around. Unfortunately, Hero is a bit of a beast. Rabadon's done now. He's 5-1-3. He is well clear. Oh, Sulong. Luckily, just a CC machine that Rel is means that it's a little bit harder for Hero to find sticking power. And they're looking for the collapse now on the Gwen. They know that she is such a powerhouse.
You have to be so careful. If you can lock it down, it could spell that you get a little bit more. As they look for the refight up on top side, Kratos is caught out. Flash is going forward. They secure the Kratos man. And now that looks like they could be looking at the Dragon, sorry. And now it's a 4v5. Guri might just be saying, hey, we just need to leave. It's not worth it.
Chemtech Soul taken. Baron all but done, but Hero, he wants that smoke.
He wants a little bit more. Straight back into the pool. The Impale is good. It's going to go straight back in, but there's a Starfall as well. The damage is good, but can they get Eddie into this fight? Bullet time hits. They get the GA out of it. Caddy is so low. Taki is giga tanky. They are just locking down this team. Secret Wales, who stalled this game out for far too long, are now popping off. 18 kills. They are up 5k gold. Baron's still just up. They've secured the soul, and now they're looking at the Nexus.
Style aggressively flashes into the thick of things. And that just means he gets shredded by Team Secret Wales, who will push through that mid-tier 3. The wave's slow, and the respawn time is short enough that Vikings can get back in, but they're looking for the fight anyway.
Go back in. They're trying to go for more. Eddie does pick up Kratos. They cannot survive to live another fight. It's only game number 3. Dire says, come on, guys, give me some more kills. 3-6-9. That is the game for Dire. Not too bad if you ask me. Secret Wales are on match series point.
Oh, it looked shaky, to say the least, through the mid portion of that game. But again, Team Secret Wales make it come together. They are 1 win away from taking on Garm and playing for that 3rd and final spot to not just the Lion Finals, but to Worlds as well. Concerning, to say the very least, that these issues are presenting themselves at this stage in the competition, but I suppose better now than going into Sunday if they do win it here and look for that rematch against Scam. But Vikings absolutely putting on the games of their lives, trying to fight tooth and nail to keep themselves in it.
It's do or die here, Panda. That's really what it's coming down to. Eddie had an outstanding performance. The damage was looking so good there. But you got to give a little love to Hero in his toe. This Gwen, this Pantheon, they were making plays. They were trying to get it done. But it just came down to how big Hero was towards the end of that game and what they got in the retaliation of those fights.
I mean, it was such a slow start. And Team Secret Wales were making plays like this where they just commit everything to find nothing. And again, another play like that, where all they do is shove the damage onto Cardi. Histo then dies. Taki as well will go down, as well as Dyer, because none of the damage was focused onto Sulong style Aguri. And it was just target selection, which was the biggest issue in the early stages of the game. And again, more of these scrappy little fights. Hero starting to ramp up, finds himself a couple of very, very big opportunities. They take down Cardi. But Sulong, if not for the fact that they lost this game, would be well in contention for the discussion of player of the match off the way. He's absolutely manhandling these opportunities for Vikings.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want from your support. Up in their face, sticking them to the man, and this was the play.
Oh, he gets caught. They miss the stun, and then a 3-man Emperor's Divide into bullet time. And the health bars get bleak very, very quickly. I mean, yeah, look again, Vikings find a great shout in onto Hero, who, while not being all the damage, is a decent amount of it. They then collapse in on, they get a little bit greedy here, if we're being honest, looking for that follow-up onto Dyer or Eddie, and then Style, he jumps over, cleanses out of the stun, flashes into a wall, and then from there, there's just nowhere to go. And is taken down, and again, Cardi in the back line, left to his own devices. Unfortunately, those devices were Taki and Dyer. And this was the hero play of all hero plays. The 4-man strong roster, Team Secret Wales, coming in to contest a Baron. Dyer, another massive Emperor's Divide, Style gone, and all the while Hero just ramping up in the back lines, having picked himself up a few kills, has a couple of items under the belt, and that Skarner is never going to survive under the weight of a Gwen.
No, just getting absolutely shredded through, and just Emperor Divide after Emperor Divide getting these done. But Gwen was the hero of this story. Name and plays alike.
Watch Style in this fight. Okay, he's cleared for the moment. Taki's there. He's dancing around. But he walks into everything. Gets caught, jumps over the wall, only to be met by Eddie. Flashes back into a bullet time regardless. And just did not respect the follow-up power that Team Secret Wales had in this situation. And my lord, Pike, what a series we have. Team Secret Wales, they're not getting it done cleanly, but Vikings are making them work for it.
Look, and it's nice to see, right? It's that contention we want to see. Yes, it's scrappy, it's a little bit dirty in the gameplay, but they're starting to show some signs of light. We're starting to see the later the games goes, more things get done. So I'd like to see Secret Wales really clean up here and go that 3-1 that we're both hoping for. But Vikings, they're going to get the pick. They're probably going to pick red side. That tells me that it could be a Viking game and we can go to a game 5.
Well, we head to the break. Afterwards, we see if Team Secret Wales can close it out a 3-1 and make us right in the predictions, or if Vikings will keep that hope alive. Will that berserker rage take over and force us to a game 5? We'll see you back in a bit to find out.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Onside. Oh, West, you absolute beast!
不要吃第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord.
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it, will he? Oh!
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it from the damage of Mini. The triple comes out yet again. And Pop in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Decimation.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
In the future, is it always me and you? When you close your eyes, tell me what you see. Am I with you? 'Cause I will always love you. I can't help it. It's something
The stakes are ready with Through the Roof coming into this weekend, and it's gotten even higher coming into this stage at the moment today. For Vikings, they could be facing the end of their competitive year and being forced to play through that regional merit portion of the promo relegations tournament, of course. For the other, I mean, Dire looking to help this Team Secret Wales roster get over that next hurdle, which of course would be Garm. Blue side for the first time opted into in this series. I suppose Game 4, enough of those champions are off the board that you need those prio picks taken away early. And you can look at it. Team Secret Wales, literally a game away from finding their matchup against Garm and potentially getting themselves that world spot. I mean, everything is on the line here.
You're genuinely on the money. Everything is on the line right now. It is do or die for these players. It is everything or nothing. Secret Wales being given red side kind of feels criminal. Yes, so many picks are taken away. Yes, there's some prior picks you want to get your hands on. But at the same time, red side has had such dominance that it just feels a little bit controversial maybe to not go red.
Yeah, those counter picks. But again, coming into this, we've had 3 games played, 30 champions gone from the Fearless Draft, 10 more through the drafting phase. So there is going to be a lot of power removed from the overall pool. We are going to be hitting those 3rd, 4th string champions in each role, realistically. Some strong picks still up and available that have not been taken yet. I mean, you look at the Xin Zhao, was such a staple in competitive play throughout the better portion of this LCP season, has not been touched yet. And we jump into it. Champion select here for Game 4. Jarvan, Nico gone, Ambessa as well. Targeted away from Kratos easily. One of his most scary champions on the Rift. And Yorick as well. So targeting that top lane quite heavily are Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, look, it's sort of to be expected, but I would not be surprised if they look to lock in that Xin Zhao really early. I feel like an Ornn is maybe a good point, but there's the Lucian being banned out too, so they're obviously fearful of some of these other carries that can be paired up with some really good supports. Milio, Nami as well with a Lucian are always something to be fearful of, so I'm liking to see where they're heading. I'm liking the changes in bans.
Absolutely. I mean, Lucian, Nami, a combo that Eddie and Taki have brought to bear. I mean, Taki is known for his ranged supports. Nami, Bard, Nico. He is just an absolute monster. Varus as well. So, 2 very strong bot laners taken off the cards. I mean, Xin Zhao, Nocturne available. And it is a VCS special. It's going to be locked in for Guri.
But what do you pair it with though, Panda? That's the big question. You've already lost the Orianna. Like, you maybe go like a Syndra potentially to get a little bit more disrupt. But at the same time, like, Nocturne, yes, is so strong, can be very fearful in the solo, but it needs a good team around it.
I mean, again, there is plenty of options for sure. Annie comes through. No Wukong pairing, but you do have the Zins out, like I said. So there is that option, that angle if you're looking for it. Take away the Annie as well from Cardi. Both these mid laners fairly capable when it comes to that champion. What is the call? What is his to play? I mean, again, he's got the Viego, something along those lines. Very, very scary champion in his toes hands. And one that he's... Oh, it's going to be the Kiana. All right.
Oh, what do you think about that? I kind of like it.
We've seen Kiana a couple of times in the LCP. To less than overwhelming impact, unfortunately. But it really feels like it is only a matter of time, for sure. Very, very strong in solo queue at the moment. In and of itself, it offers a lot around that terrain. Syndra, you'd called it right on the money. Syndra, Nocturne, the combo for the Vikings.
And that makes the most logical sense, right? You want to get that early disrupt with the scatter of the week, and then Nocturne can just fly on in with the paranoia, get it all done. The downside here is I like the Kiana for the reason that the second Nocturne goes for some sort of paranoia, you have your invisibility as well that you can utilize around terrain. So if you learn your spell shield early as Nocturne, Kiana's going to hit you with a big old ultimate and change the fight, but a Scion is just going to mix that up even more because that's a lot of tank to get through.
Yeah, an assassin's worst nightmare. Being that tank. I mean, Kiana is pretty capable of just ignoring Kratos for the most part and looking for other avenues in for hero. I mean, you've got, again, something along the lines of Jace doesn't suffer all that greatly into this comp, but they're going to go for the Nautilus for Taki down in that bot lane instead, wanting one of those few remaining engaged supports. In fact, the only remaining sort of CC tank support.
It comes down to what you want to pair it with, though. Like, you do have your hyper-scaling champions that you could still look for. Jinx comes to mind as a champion that can still get through Kratos on this Scion. lacks mobility, but we're starting to get less and less mobility champions as the game goes on. But Renata banned out is a nice pick, as it's going to stop any sort of engage that they want to be pushing from Secret Wales in. So I like this ban.
Absolutely. I mean, my big concern is, I mean, look, it is sort of a double-edged sword, that Nautilus. One, it's a CC support there for Taki. It also denies it away from Shilong, which it is one of his most played in that support role. Taken away from Hero. I fear that there might be a Jhin angle for the Vikings. Even
Don't say
Secret
it. Why?
Wales might also be looking for it, which is a little bit concerning with the Scion already. But Senna taken away, not wanting that long-range scaling champion to go into the late game, which has been an absolute beast. And you see Shogun back in now, taken over from Style. What is the final ban here? What do you want to take away? Jax, again, very, very strong up in that top side for Hero.
Yeah, Xayah is also a potential pick here. It's a little bit of that safety from the paranoia, from the scatter of the week. Like, it makes a lot of sense with the Nautilus. You get good lockdown. It could make a lot of sense, but Mordekaiser being picked up, they're saving the 80 carry for last.
Yeah, they want that counter pick, and I mean, it has been few and far between up in that top side. Again, another champion that's been somewhat underwhelming in the top lane, but I think more because less the Mordekaiser's fault and more just the entire team collapsing rather than that at all. But yeah, I mean, having that counter pick of the bot lane makes a lot of sense. Vikings, Tahm Kench coming through in the support role. So not the last of the engaged supports, but Tahm Kench has not seen as much of the light of day in recent times. It has been, again, paired with the Senna, but the Senna's banned. So what is the angle for Shogun here? I mean, Smolder, like you said, Jinx, Caitlyn, definitely options available. Israel has not been picked up yet, and Smolder. So it is going to be that scaling comp with the Syndra and that Smolder that will become absolute monsters in the late game in the Scion as well.
I think the Tristana is going to be like probably a higher rated pick here, just because you can get onto the Smolder a little bit easier. Nautilus is good with the lockdown, but Jinx as well. There's a couple options you could go with. They're not going to be the greatest options, but I think they need to lock something in here that's going to have a bit more impact and follow up with the Nautilus and everything. But Ezreal, I just don't see it, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm not feeling it. I mean, look, it gives you some security into that Nocturne, of course, but very much in the same vein as Jhin. Not the greatest of showings recently, but it's safe. For the most part, it is. It gives them options. Unfortunately, it is going to fall behind the Smolder pretty significantly going into the later stages of the game. I think, yeah, just anything else probably would have been a better option, bar the Jhin.
Yeah, but that's all right. They've picked their hands. Like, they're obviously thinking if it goes to a game 5, they've still got some of those hyper carries up as well. The Mordekaiser, I think, is a really nice pick up here because you can get that isolation. And if Mord gets a little bit of a lead, especially into the Scion, it could be a problem for this Smolder.
Absolutely. I mean, you have a couple of decent options in terms of taking out targets and fights. You take the Smolder, of course. It's probably not the ideal target, but Syndra. You take the Tahm Kench, which means you just don't have that security for the Smolder when it comes to having that ult available to them. Even Nocturne, you just sit on top of Eddie, wait for that Paranoia to come through, wait for the Spell Shield, and then you just take Guri completely out of that fight. But as it stands, Game 4 on the horizon. Looking at this comp from the Vikings, it is a very scary one.
I'm very nervous about it. I think this Nocturne's going to have so much potential to roam around this map. We'll have to see how they're going to contend, because one good spell shield can change the fate of the game. It can block the anti-tippers. It can stifle a lot of CC. That's what it's going to come down to, in my opinion.
One of the best parts of having a live crowd in Taipei is the chance. And flash gone from Guri. Pre-minion spawning. Not the end of the world for a Nocturne, as it's likely just going to be power farming to 6. But they're looking for Cardi as well. Some early chip damage. And this Nautilus is already running rampant and creating havoc.
And we were so nervous about sort of how this Nautilus was going to fit into the team comp, right? And it's not even past a minute. And this Nautilus is pretty much landed 2 hooks, I would say. That flash counts as landing a hook, because if you're burning a flash that early, it's massive. I'm liking this. It's now, can the Ezreal keep up with the momentum?
Yeah, I mean, the big problem being is if he looks aggressive, then there's plenty of value, but if he doesn't, Guri, again, realistically, will just be farming straight to 6, looking to get that paranoia online as quickly as possible. Once he does that, he's just going to be screaming around the rift. But up in the top side, Kratos and Hero. It's going to be a rough level 1 for Hero, of course. Kratos on the side, somewhat of a lane bully in those early levels, but in the mid lane, yeah, Cardi, having been taken low already, doesn't even have pots remaining, puts him in a significant disadvantage.
How do you find that matchup as well? The stun is so good. Dire, no ignite to speak of, but the pressure, the flash burn from Caddy is phenomenal. And Dire's loving this state right now.
And he's still got a pot left as well, so he's going to get early pressure in on the tower. Didn't even burn the flash. So he's just going to have all the lane prio that they're looking for. Early leads established in that mid lane. To be fair, it is matched by the leads in the top and bot lane for the Vikings. But Cardi, still only level 1, is going to be pretty significantly behind for the remainder of this laning phase.
That's not what you want from a Syndra either, is you want them to be a little bit more aggressive, but Annie having that extra range, the CC lockdown, point and click, it just makes the game so much harder.
Oh my lord.
Hook does land. Taki can do no wrong as Sulong already punching out the damage. The heal is burnt, and so is the flash. Taki is the hero that we've needed.
So, this is just entirely reminiscent of the playstyle from Secret Wales that we saw through the mid-season. Just aggression from start to finish, forcing fight after fight. Even if they were in a losing position, they kept forcing fights until they ultimately started coming out and winning. They've deviated from that playstyle, playing a little bit more reserved, a little bit slower paced, especially given their time up against the PCS representatives in PSG Talent and CFO, because they were so readily able to punish it. But they've returned back to that playstyle, that hyper-aggression that allowed them to just dominate so many of their regular season games. Oh, it's happening again.
Now they're looking at Caddy, who is so overextended. There's the flash forward, the stun is
from
through, the
downtown.
hook is through. It's just too much in a first blood over to Histo. They're looking at Guri too. No flash to speak of, no stun just yet, but still a beautiful first blood heading over to Secret Wales.
What a hook from Taki. I mean, this guy has really just made a name for himself in this competition, playing those range supports. He's absolutely dominated in those matchups, but he's just as capable when it comes to those CC engaged supports as well on Hero. Every single lane coming up trumps for the Whales.
It's just absolute domination at this point. This is what we've been waiting to see, Panda. It's looking so good.
I mean, you look at it. Flash stun from Dire. Sulong could have tanked up that hook if he was a little bit further forward, but he's not, and it just lands on Cardi. The follow-up from Histo. And that poor Syndra, that immobile mage, is just dead to rights there.
Oh, and it's just what you hate to see, especially getting the flash too. And you usually expect the flash tibbers for the stun from the Annie at level 6. We're seeing it at level 4, which just shows that they want to push the tempo so much faster. It's not even going to let Guri get a chance to get to level 6 at this point, because it's just going to be so... He will, of course. I'm joking, but still, you get the point. Dragon is now up as well. 2.5 minutes just on the Void Grubs. We need to see Dire start making some moves around the map because they are in such control.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Cardi on the Syndra will clear those waves pretty consistently. So it is going to be a hot point of contention in terms of this lane prio. No flashes for either mid laner. Sulong looking to maybe make a play somewhere, but Dire quite speedy on this Annie. She is such an annoying champion. That long range auto attack, the stuns, the mobility. But you can see that the bot lane duo of Vikings rotating up to that top side looking for Surprise.
Yeah, look, they're trying to get just a little bit of dirty vision in the deep wards, especially with the pink just holding on a little bit more. But now Dire playing very safe. They obviously know something's up. Spotted out, missed from the scatter. Nice pickup. Now Histo saying that's fine. We can secure first drag.
Yeah, it may not look like it, but Dire, a bit of a monster when it comes to PE class. He's clearly been playing his dodgeball because he just walks out of that orb from Cardi. And that could have been all the setup that they needed, but now look, Dire survives, has the Tibbers up and available. Taki here to match in the mid lane.
No flashes to speak of those, so can't really go for the all-in, but a good hook could change that tide. Secret Whales, obviously, swimming deep waters, and they're loving it. It is cool currents this game for them thus far. Up about 1,000 gold, 700 roughly. We'll have to see where they're going to start extending it as Void Grubs are up. Minute and a half. Cull as well being locked in for both 80 carries, which is nice and interesting, especially for a Smolder. You want to get those stacking early. Try and get, as soon as you get your 225, you're looking good. Another hook from Taki. Is that 100% hook rate right now? It's looking pretty good.
I mean, yes, not technically, because obviously Guru flashed out of it, but enough that every hook so far has had some pretty significant impact. So at least in that aspect, he's batting 100. But you look at the leads that are establishing themselves. 14 CS in the jungle might not seem like a huge amount, but we know that that gap is incredibly hard to close when you start to fall behind. So Hizdo, if he can keep it up, is going to become a real problem. But Guri has the paranoia online. Down in that bot lane matchup, Eddie has that lead, and he's just keeping it out of arm's reach for Shogun at the moment. You can see how much they're already zoning him off this farm, denying him those stacks. 39 so far. So it is all okay. Taki finally misses.
It's okay. We sort of expected it. No one's perfect. Give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll give them that one. But now he's still waiting in the wings. The heal, double heal is there. The hook, so close. Missed once more. Smolder throwing out Mum. Bit of an interesting one, just to trim the wave.
Yeah, just remove some of that prio. Unfortunately, it's not doing a heck of a lot. Hero and Kratos just battling the wet noodle fight. There shouldn't be a huge amount of kill potential, but given that Hero started with boots first, means that he's got a little less in terms of the overall stats. Guri here. Grubs have been started up.
Here's Toe wanting to secure these Void Grubs. Just needs the 2 to secure it, but no, that has been actually stolen away. Very nice pick up there. Guri just being a little bit more proactive. But this is also where Kiana's shine. They do love to be in these corridors. They can land those beautiful ultimates.
Yeah, but no smite up means that Guru really can't stick around. Neither jungler having it. Histo's going to have it up now, so he could look for an avenue to jump back in the pit. There is not really all that much vision for Vikings to be able to return and contest this, other than obviously the paranoia being able to close that gap pretty darn quickly. But yeah, Taki comes in, clears that vision. Scuttle Crab will be taken, and Histo should then be able to transition it into that final grub, which means 2 points towards that feat of monster slaying already.
And it's not a bad start to be in, especially when you got that first early drag on the board. We'll have to see where this is going to start rotating to. No, spawning a little bit. The paranoia in the mid lane. Not enough. The stun cancels it out.
Not even Tib is used there to deny. So Dire will still have that in pocket. Did burn the flash, of course, but I mean, look, has that Tibbers when it comes to teamfight time. They've got plenty of setup, so isn't going to be forced to flash in. Paranoia down is a pretty big ultimate to lose.
Still on the clock, though. They could look for a re-engage later on, but looking at this Annie might not be the right call just yet. They are just a little bit too strong. Lucidity boots making it very easy. The cooldowns are very strong, very handy to have, but now we're looking at Eddie with that Sheen online. Yes, Smolder is inevitable as the game goes on, but an early game Ezreal can do a lot of damage and be very annoying as Barrage does go down and misses just.
Bit of a panic there from Shilog. Didn't need to get himself out. Again, Shogun actually starting to get some decent stacking going for himself. 70 now at the 10-minute mark. So not the fastest, but far from the slowest we've seen.
You can see as well now Histo looking down bot side. Might be looking for a gank. The supreme display of talent could be what gets them straight onto that tower, but there's Mum being called out. Taki taken pretty low. Histo being blasted, taking one too many tower shots.
Yeah, that ramped up tower shot hits pretty darn hard, especially onto an assassin. Does obviously have that first item, so he's going to be doing all right for himself when it comes to getting back in the jungle. And Guri has actually closed that gap quite nicely for himself, finding some avenues in to invade and steal away some camps. Working his way towards that experimental hex plate so he can start recycling the paranoia as well.
Dragon has spawned though. Hex Tech available up and online. Have to see as there is getting a little bit of vision down on the bot side for Secret Whales. Because they have that right side priority, they can secure these dragons just a little bit easier. And especially with Guri, who is just a little bit behind the tempo, they can look to secure this. But a fight most likely breaking out here as Taki been looked at by Paranoia.
Potentially. Clearing out that vision, looking to contest here, but I mean, it's not a slow Dragon take by any stretch of the imagination. I think it would have been a death sentence with that depth charge up and available, of course. Mountain Soul coming through, and I mean, that's crazy value for the Vikings if they get that for themselves. Oh, they land the stun into his toe, but yeah, unfortunately, just not the follow-up they need to find that kill. Guri's just too far away to get that Paranoia off.
Losing a little bit of jungle's not the end of the world. It's all about stacking these objectives. They have got 3 thus far. They just need a tower or the kills, and it could be gravy, the Secret Whales.
Absolutely. I mean, there hasn't been a huge amount of tower pressure around the Rift. Unfortunately, neither team really having that uptime, despite how things have gone for Dire in the mid lane. Just hasn't been able to shove those waves in and get any real pressure onto the towers. For the most part, I mean, so far things going reasonably well for Team Secret Whales. The problem being is Shogun. 89 stacks to his name is really finding some good timing.
And it's like we said before, Smolder is always inevitable, but it's also hard. Like, how do you fully shut down a champion that can just sort of flitter away, especially with a Tahm Kench in tow? One good swallow is just going to be enough to stay alive and live to fight another day. Now, lane swaps are coming in, though. Do you like it?
I mean, realistically, both teams are looking for that mid-prime. Vikings have consistently sent Shogun or Style, whoever, into that mid lane to get that control. But for now, I mean, no objectives for the next minute 50 at the very least, so it is just about optimizing that farming as best they possibly can. Oh, it's a bit rough here. 9 stacks on that cull remaining here for Eddie. He just wants it done.
Yeah, so close to that Triforce too. Once that is online, it's going to be a little bit easier. But an Essence Reaver secured for Smolder. Getting that little bit of a power spike early means just clearing out waves is going to be a little bit easier. Just to keep control and keep stacking. At the same time as well, Luden's picked up. Ooh, it's pretty big. Annie, Dire could be in trouble here, but his toe is hovering.
Yeah, they have an inkling. They have an idea. With that Hex Plate, that's where Nocturne really comes into his own, just being able to recycle that ultimate so darn quickly. Get into the back lines and be that real threat. And it's a slow, despite how this game started, it is a bit slow for Dire. Obviously going boots first, not quite having that Malignance up just yet. He's a little bit behind even. And it's all off the back of those plates that were secured by Cardi in the mid lane.
It's just the LCP special, I guess, is both teams just like to wait it out. They like fighting with items first. They're not about those scrappy early fights. It's going to say, hey guys, let's just come online. But I feel like this is not the answer that Secret Whales should be doing. They had that aggressive start. They had that momentum. And now they've just sort of pumped the brakes. I feel like that was the wrong call, especially into a Smolder Syndra.
Absolutely. I mean, they've very much stalled out momentum-wise. And that is where they found that success. They force fights early and often. They absolutely, I mean, they would force fights pretty much on cooldown of their ultimates. Even if they were, I mean, they've been down several thousand gold, just kept forcing fights, and ultimately got to the point where they forced enough fights that they came out on top. They force early, but from there, not much else. Herald is up and available. His toe is going to be there first. Oh, Guri's bot side. Yeah. This should be free.
It should be. Already got some hovering as well. Dire up in the top side, level 11, so Tibbers is going to hit just a little bit harder as the TP's now coming in. Caddy is making a play as well. Guri walking up early. Barrage just to trim the wave, again, slowing it down.
Oh, I mean, just Vikings buying that time for Guri to get up in position. Eddie taking some significant damage there. Means that they might just lose out on Prio here, and I think they have, unfortunately. With all of Vikings,
yeah, Hero's actually making a TP play. very deep as they're trying to get a little bit more on. Heal from Taki is now Heroes in the backside. One good ult is going to get it done as they try to lock him down. Paranoia goes back in. Look at the damage, though. It's just blasted. Yuri should blow Taki away. Red team takes the Rift Herald. It's been leashed. It's been stolen. Heroes now saying we can keep fighting this one out if we really need to, but they want to stall it out. Look at the engage. Histo wants to get all the damage, and Eddie's just coming to clean it up. Yes, Kratos picks it up, but the feats of war have been secured, and a big turn for Secret Wales.
A crazy fight there. It looks rough. Taki plays his life once again, but allows Hero to get in. Take Guri out of the fight means that he can't smite it, even if he'd wanted to. Histo takes the Herald, claims it. Well, it's actually Hero that picks it up in the end. And then from there, full send as you watch. I mean, Vikings have all the prio. Look at the damage. Just half health onto Taki immediately. One rotation from Cardi. There you go. Supreme display of talent goes in. They full send it onto Taki. And all the while, they position themselves to take this and immediately snipes Guri out to the death realm, does Hero. The collapse back in. The health bars are looking very dicey. Another great scat of the week, but Histo commits it onto Cardi. Some massive damage. Eddie comes on through to pick it up and does die. But I think you take that. A kill onto the Israel, then traded back onto the Sion. Sion's not going to get that much value out of it, honestly.
And Secret Wales looking for this Dragon too. Paranoia is back up and rearing, but 5k health. They do need to be so careful as look where they're going back in. Kratos is being pulled back. Hero, just not at that point where they can do it, but 2k health. This is the ride or die as they do secure the Dragon. It's sole point, but now they're trying to take on Kratos. That's a big side though. Big Mum comes back in, dies in the back line, takes out Shogun. Can they get anything else on the back of it? Caddy is just gone. There's no hope anymore for the side of Vikings. Their ship is sunk and it's just being obliterated by Secret Wales. They flipped, they flopped, and this tail has smashed the boat in half. Dyer is holding it together.
What an absolute flank coming out. Hero as well drops that Herald on the bot side. Nearly 5,000 damage done by himself. He's going to ram that Herald home. And they will look to take that tier 1 on the bot side, blow that map even further open. 3 dragons, Grubs, and Herald taken for themselves. 8 kills to 3 in Team Secret Wales. It looked a bit dicey early on. But coming into game 4, they have hit the afterburners.
And all about that momentum we talked. They slowed it down. Maybe that was just to speed it back up. Kratos slightly overstepping, but what a play here, Panda, from the side of Wales, where they just had such good control, even with Sion on their face.
I mean, the rough bit is Paranoia comes in just at the last second. Dyer flashes onto Shogun. Histo's already there to receive. And they just absolutely crumble. Unfortunately, with your Smolder dead, that is a large chunk of your damage. They find Cardi to boot, and it's an ace pre-20 minutes.
Not what you want to see at 19 minutes of the game. 3 kills to 8, a solid 5k gold lead in the hands of Secret Wales. More items to boot. Omnivam's coming online. The Triforce is real good. Look at that gold. No roller coaster this game. It's just a drop. We're jumping off a cliff.
Absolutely. Fortunately, Nocturne only so effective. Yeah, just not having the paranoia for that team fight until he was already in the middle of Team Secret Wales. A rough spot for Guri. Could have been a drastically different fight if it was not, or the other way around rather, if it was up and available. But you look at it, gold leads, massive in the jungle and in that bot lane. 1,400 for Eddie, almost 2k for Histo.
Oh. Histo as well. One bad positioning there, spelt disaster. But Atakan has just spawned, just the 20-minute mark. Looks like they've already started it up. Like, they're so far ahead right now. They're saying, let's just push the advantage, and this is the Secret Wales we want to see.
Oh, that's a bold call. Again, the golden rule of the LCP, if a fight can be thrown, it will be thrown at Atakan. But Dyer, down on that bot side, keep an eye on him, because that flank factor with the Tibbers is a very scary one indeed.
4k health, 3k health. They're looking for the paranoia. They want to get into this line, but can they do a little bit more? 2k health, just commit to the Atakan. It is locked down. Mum gets called. They're looking at Eddie. Eddie's just gone. The shutdown is good. They might be able to clean up as the Supreme Talent knocks them back, but they still lose 2 members. And now Hero does click out 1. Can they survive just a little bit longer? But it is 4v1, and a shutdown goes over to the Nocturne. A good turn of events. Vikings take that consolation prize.
Again, the golden rule of the LCP. If a game can be thrown, it will be thrown at Atakan. I don't think it's an outright throw. Team Secret Wales very much in the driver's seat still, but a very scrappy fight that gives a lot of gold back into the hands of the Vikings. Unfortunately, there is just so many massive leads, so much team fight potential that they still have available to them. I mean, the positioning was so clean. Dyer just waiting on the backside. Unfortunately, Eddie just takes everything there from Kratos. Doesn't have the flash available and just gets essentially soloed out by a Scion.
It's just so much disaster here as well. Took the Tahm Kench in, unloaded the Toad, but still not enough to handle the rest. This Scion is getting to be a big problem. Their positioning so good. Kratos is really showing what their potential is on a tank.
I mean, Kratos again, just a phenomenal top laner in this competition out of the VCS. Stride breaker done now for Guri, so even more fight damage coming from him when he gets in the middle of it. IE is well done for Shogun. 200 stacks, or 198 to be specific. So literally on the cusp of getting that final tick on over. Paranoia's going out.
Looking straight in as the stun is good. Flash out. Dyer, a bit scared of that one.
Absolutely, he's only got the Malignants and the Haunting guys. So not quite that powerhouse. Didn't want to drop the Tibbers. Tower taken to the top side. TP immediately into that mid lane. 2 seconds now as the Dragon will spawn.
Double TP. They're looking for a little bit more of a fight. The slows are good. Scion getting a lot of damage off on Taki, but the talent is good on the other side. Guri's being focused down. Kiana Mum gets called. They get a good swallow up as Tahm Kench keeps them alive. Just to fight again.
Supreme display of talent gets spell shielded out by Guri. You look at Tivitas and the Death Realm going to be up and available, but Cardi trying to play that flank angle that was so effective for Dyer last time we were here. He's still in the back line. And there you go. The entirety of Team Secret Wales here ready to fight.
They're looking to jump back over. Caddy on the flank, though, sitting up in the top side bush, just really trying to keep that pressure on, not giving them the space that they need. 7k health on this drag. They get a good pull back, but nice scatter of the weak. Is it going to be enough as they do get pulled into the Death Realm, trying to hold on a little bit longer? They need to commit to the drag. It is Soul if they can secure it, but no, Taki is just caking out, but they secure the Barret of the Dragon. It is a beautiful Mountain Soul in tow. The shield's a good. Paranoia is now going into the back line. No flash available, but look at Guri. He's so low. Now they're trying to hold on. Heroes a little bit. There's the flashes forward. Look at his toe. Making moves, making plays as Caddy's trying to hold a little bit longer. Eddie's so healthy. Wants to get a little bit more damage on. Hero is getting it done. Eddie is everything and more. Look at his toe to the side. Oh, the talent is there. The sneaky play around the back. The double kill is on. And a big turn for Secret Wales.
And ace again, the second of the game for Team Secret Wales, who are sitting 14-7 in the kill count. These fights, the scrappy ones, are where Team Secret Wales is really thriving. They get themselves Soul before Baron even spawns up, and they'll take themselves the tier 2 in the bot lane to boot. Crazy, chaotic, wild at the best of times. This is quintessential VCS. I mean, you look at it, Hero, you'd think dead to rights here. Caught by the Scout of the Week, but takes Kratos to the Death Realm, means that he can survive that little bit longer. Gets some healing off Taki, the sacrificial lamb, but it allows Soul to be taken here. And then, of course, Paranoia just too deep onto Dyer, forced to flash away. And all the while, you've got this poke out of the Israel. Histo again commits full send into the team. Picture though.
Oh, big one as they're looking for even more of a fight. Depth charge is landing down. The Paranoia is not going to be enough to survive this fight out. Oh, but a Devour is good, keeping them alive. Oh, too many tough charges. Look at this talent, it's beautiful.
I mean, Cardi was recalling there, had no idea that there was, in fact, a Kiana in the back lines. But you don't have that saving grace. The Shulong doesn't have that Devour. So if Smolder or Syndra get jumped on here, they are just essentially dead because there isn't going to be that saving grace. But Stack's hit now. Oh, it doesn't matter. Shogun might be dead.
Sucks. Throws out Mum, but Eddie is getting the damage off, still locking it down. And they do pick up Shogun. You said it. If they get caught out, it is over. Caddy jumps in, still gets picked up. Eddie's too clean with it. The double kill over the wall, solo into 2 members, is just huge with it. And the Baron is the call.
How does Eddie... Oh, he almost snipes out Sulong as well. I do not know for the life of me how Eddie survives there. That was just an absolute criminal heist. He should have been dead. He should have just been dead to rights there, unfortunately. But they get a great catch onto both Shogun and Cardi. Kratos trying to be the hero. You look at that gold graph, it's just ebbs and troughs, but it's all red.
Kratos straight into the death realm as well. Still tries to get the charge off, but it might not be enough. So they do get knocked up.
Oh no!
Remember, there is a zombie in tow. They do lock down the Baron, and now you've got to run away and survive for another one.
Guri got soloed by Dire. Guri just got soloed out by Dire.
Oh my god.
It's rough times here. The Proto Belt as well for Dire means that he's got a little bit more mobility in the kit. Is this Annie? Oh, and the Magi's to boot.
Oh, I love it. It's so dirty. It's my favorite. Oh, come on.
And Shogun.
10 stacks though.
Shogun has to be the saving grace here. Unfortunately, he's just getting caught too close to these team fights and just being jumped on. He's got the stacks. He has that execute now. The Mum is going to be hitting crazy hard to boot. I mean, you watch this. Shogun, Hex Flash, Nautilus Dredge line, tries to flap away, doesn't get over the wall. Mum comes out and Eddie just chases him down. That was, I mean, this is even worse. This is just absolutely bonkers. Eddie, look at him. The ultimate gets dropped and it's somehow just not enough to get it over the line. And then Guri with 40% of HP and a Dream Dire. Oh, Guri just eats it. He's looking for the paranoia in. He's not even focused on his own screen at that point.
Standing on a pink ward as well, the disrespect of not watching where you are, but watching the map. It's a hard line to follow, but with a Baron in tow, they're walking down this mid. Tier 2 already secured. Here's tow as well, just jumping walls. They have got no fear heading into this base because they can do so much. Redemption dropping down, keeping them so healthy. The Mountain Soul in particular, I feel like that is what kept Eddie alive in that fight with the Syndra. The Mountain was just enough to hold on. And now they're looking at top tier as well. This could just be the nail in the coffin here, Panda. It's looking rough as they're looking for the engage. Mum just gets called out, but is the execute going to be enough as the stun goes forward? Kratos wants a little bit more, but it's just not going to be there as they do get pulled back in. You got to watch as the Baron empowered minions are pushing their way down. I just don't think they can hold on. It looks like it's the game floor. There's the stun. There's the tippers. It gets it all the way, Shiro. Now they're looking at more as the towers are going down. Kratos, their tank, their front line is blasted into oblivion. Now they're just holding the line and the paranoia nowhere to be seen. There is no fear in this game because it's a triple kill header for Eddie. They want to give the quadra kill and they're going to end this game and take the series. This best of 5 being a best of 4. Secret Wales coming up with the goods.
Oh, they had us in the beginning. Vikings putting on an absolute showcase, taking it to Team Secret Wales, but it was just not enough in the end. Team Secret Wales will get it done and will progress to that final big bad raid boss that is GARM Esports on Sunday. And the furthest they have progressed in a playoffs bracket so far this year, and one win now separates them for that spot going to Da Nang and going to Worlds.
That is the coolest sign I have ever seen, but that is what you want to see. You can see the frustration and the disappointment on the faces of the Vikings there. They just didn't have what it took to take on the Wales in that last match, but an outstanding performance and a very different team that we're seeing from the Secret Wales in that 4th game. I'd like to see that moving forward as they go up against GARM and what they can do with this momentum off this win.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, heartbreak, that will be the end of the Vikings competitive year. They will unfortunately also have to play in that promo relegations, the regional merit spot. But I mean, given how good they're looking, I have zero doubt that they will be able to hold off any comers for their spot in the LCP. In Team Secret Wales, one singular win away from a spot at Worlds. And Taki, there is no doubt in my mind that this man right there on your screen is going to be taking player of the match. He had one hell of a series for himself.
It was every game too, like he was showing up every single match. Even with that loss, they still put their foot forward and were getting things done. But that Nautilus was undeniable. It was making those early games, and that's what set up that strong momentum to carry them all the way through to that win. So you are absolutely bang on. That's my MVP for the series. Banging performance.
Well, we'll have to see if the higher powers agree. I would be very surprised if they didn't, but classic BCS shenanigans. Vikings, for their credit, one of the most entertaining teams I have watched all year. And you look at the numbers across the board. Hero, nearly 30,000 damage. Eddie, 30,000 damage on the money. And it was just all Team Secret Wales throughout that entirety of the game. The only thing they concede is a singular one of those Void Grubs. Otherwise, and one tower, but otherwise they just completely storm Vikings out of this final game of the series.
And you'd think with how the games were going throughout all this series, right up until that fourth game, it was a slow burn. The Smolder was a viable option at this point in the series. It just didn't get the love that it needed. We didn't see Guri make his way down bot and try to make a proactive play onto Eddie. Eddie was given free reign, getting those items online, and then just ran away with it too. But you can't deny that Hero being this absolute monster Mordekaiser, holding their own into the Scion, who was a bit of a disruptor, just made it so difficult.
Oh, I think, unfortunately, Hizdo may have just taken it for himself. And look, justifiably, if it was anyone else, it would be Hizdo, who had a massive showing for himself. He played a phenomenal series, just absolutely spectacular. And there you go. Yeah, it's Hizdo, player of the match, player of the series, easily.
Yep.
Massive showing. I think the only victory we've had on the Kiana so far, and at his hands, it was just such impressive jungling out of him. He had a rough couple of games. He had a rough Trundle game for sure, but I think that was down to the team draft. But his Pantheon, his Kiana, and his Wukong were just absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, even the Pantheon, a couple of those Skyfalls, they didn't hit the mark, but they were showing the signs that they wanted to go in and be aggressive, which is what you want from a good Pantheon player. So at the same time, every single one of those games, you've got to give those props. Even the Trundle, even the big blue troll, I feel like it had some time. It just didn't work for us. But still, I got to put money on that Kiana game. I called it at the start being like, this is a good pick, and I'm a fan of it. I loved it, and I think well earned.
And I mean, look, it had to have been such a close race because Taki on this Nautilus, this game, was just the catalyst that I think really started that steamboat chugging on for the Wales. Great hook there in the mid lane to set things up. Again, comes in, plays his life here to set things up for the team. He's just absolutely insane what he was doing throughout this game on the Kiana. And realistically, I think that's what was the difference maker in the entirety of this. And Hero, again, in the top lane, comes in for Pan as a sub, plays magnificently in the top lane to help this team get it over the finish line. But Team Secret Wales, you can feel nothing but pride with the way that they approached the game today.
Yeah, 100%. I think they went in, they had a couple disruptions where Vikings really gave them a run for their money, put them to the test, and really said, you guys have to earn this spot moving forward because you're not going to give it willingly. So really big show for Secret Wales. Our predictions were bang on, though, as well. And can you believe it?
Yeah, look, I was questioning myself a little bit, but realistically, I should never have doubted. Team Secret Wales just seemed to have that crunch factor. They performed so very, very well against their own regional brothers, as it were. I mean, this is the one rough showing that Eddie had this entire game, getting soloed out by Kratos, who was just a beast of a Scion by this point of the game. But again, another massive ultimate there out of Hizdo to completely disrupt the fight. Hero gets his one, having taken Sulong to the Shadow Realm. Unfortunately, then falls. But there's just so much priority taken away by Hero consistently throughout these clips. He's just up in the face of it. Vikings forced to target him out, and then Taki plays his life yet again. Hizdo just able to steal away so many of these objectives so consistently. He's about to full send it back on in. Gets stunned away. Guri about to get chased out. Look at it. He's beelining. He sees target. He shoots target. He whomps target out of existence. And then you think, oh, he's recalling. But they've got the vision control. There is nothing, absolutely nothing revealing Histo's rotation down towards that Gromp pit. Jumps over the wall. Cardi, look at him. He channels up the recall. He's ready to leave, but Histo's there waiting in the wings with the ultimate. Sets up the follow-up kill onto Kratos as well.
Honestly, that was a nice... I'm just like reveling in that play. And even then Shogun, you know they're sort of beating themselves up. Just couldn't get those wings flapping across that wall. And then Eddie, this is balls of steel right here because Caddy's right there, throws the unlimited power and still doesn't lock it down. Just absolute force and a menace to deal with. But now the big question that we have to talk about here, Panda, is they're up into the next series. They're up against Garm. How do we think that's going to play out? Because it's going to be a bit of a wild one.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, when it comes to playoffs, it seems that Garm are the antithesis of Team Secret Wales, where Team Secret Wales struggle a little bit. But there you go, on your screen, today's results. A 3-1 for Team Secret Wales. Vikings had a phenomenal showing in Game 2, but ultimately it just wasn't enough in the face of Team Secret Wales and their dancing captain, Taki. So, it is going to mean that it is going to be Garm versus Team Secret Wales on Sunday. I mean, Pike, for my money, I think Garm still has that in the bag, but that is not even the biggest talking point going into the remainder of the weekend. Of course, tomorrow. That is going to be easily, again, one of the biggest matches we've seen throughout the year. This consistent story, CFO versus PSG Talon, both guaranteed to go to Danang, to go to Worlds. But at what seed is the question?
Oh, that is the big question. We've seen CFO has been such a big force, but it's like you've been telling me for the last couple of weeks, PSG are really starting to show up. I think they've hit their stride. They're in a meta that suits their playstyle. They're feeling good. They're feeling aggressive. We'll have to see how that's going to look out, but that is a tomorrow series. So you guys are just going to have to wait and see how that's going to play out, because I'll be here for it again, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
I'm so excited. I mean, you go from an 0-8 start to the split for PSG Talon, then go 8-0, and then qualify yourself to Worlds. The synergy is coming online. CFO arguably looking a little bit shaky. PSG Talon looking like they've got it all locked down. This has been a series that we've seen played throughout the year, and CFO has come out on top every single time. Could it be that this is the time that PSG Talon are looking to take? I mean, Maple is looking crazy good at the moment. He's back. The retirement rust is gone, Pike. What do you reckon?
Look, do you want my prediction, or are we just sort of spitballing here a little bit?
Spitball. We'll say the predictions for tomorrow.
Save it for tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good series. I think there's going to be more games than we think there's going to be. Because you're right, PSG Talon, they're looking so fierce. There is a level of gameplay that they're starting to bring back that I think can rival how dominant CFO has been this entire year. That's a big call. Granted, it's a big call, but I think it's justified. They've had a struggle streak at the start, but now they are in the zone.
Well, that does bring us to the end of the show here tomorrow. The match of all matches to see who takes that spot in the grand finals in Danang. CFO, the young gun in the mid lane, Hong Q, going up against the veteran of Maple and PSG Talon. Be back tomorrow. You won't want to miss it.
it's fear, don't know if I'm numb, but I'm feeling zeros, and I'm typing all ones. I really mean to say black when all the walls are white. I treat myself wrong, and I wanna be treated right. Zeros and ones. Zeros and ones. So I'll say goodnight, even though the sun is out. I speak in a whisper, even when the room is loud. I need to let it go, not hold so tight. I treat myself wrong, and I wanna be treated right. Zeros and ones. Zeros and ones. Zeros and